Chapter 950. Published at 7th of May, 2022, 7:58 and 27 seconds p.m. Chapter 950. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button. Again, immortal monarch after coming out of his days. The Lord took a long and deep breath before speaking. The immortal monarch is a prominent figure from after the primordial era. He has another nickname, but I will get to that later. First, you should probably learn more about the 9 heavens and its history. The primordial era is the first known era. It's what some people call the beginning of time, as this is the furthest history goes. The primordial era lasted for countless millions of years. During this time, many legends were created. However, towards the end of the primordial era, a massive war between the first celestial emperor and the cultivators living in that world occurred. It was known as the Heavenly War of Immortals and Gods. I won't get into the details since it's really long and has nothing to do with our topic, but many powerful figures had died after that war. A few thousand years later, the primordial era ended when the first known demon red tyrant suddenly showed up in the divine heaven. Because of the heavenly war that resulted in the deaths of countless experts, the human race was quickly overwhelmed by the demons, thus the beginning of a new era, the demonic era. The demons ruled the divine heavens for millions of years until the divine paragon appeared. After sealing the demonic realm and defeating most of the demons out there, the demonic era came to an end. Yuan digested all of this information with a serious face. I see. Primordial era and the demonic era. There's still so much I don't know even though I have the divine paragon's memories. The Lord continued after allowing Yuan some time to breathe. After the demonic era is an era known as the immortal monarch's era, where a single person ruled. However, even though I say that head dominated the 9 heavens, it wasn't anything official. Nobody knows the immortal monarch's background or where he came from, but he was so immensely powerful that not even the celestial emperor of that era could control him. With that being said, it was not his strength that truly shocked the world. It was his connections, his companions. The immortal monarch, also known as the monarch of beasts, was the first person in history to make divine beasts willingly obey him. What? Yuan was dumbfounded after hearing this information. Before the immortal monarch's era, divine beasts did not communicate with humans, and to human cultivators, divine beasts were superior beings that lived in a different world. Humans revered divine beasts and treated them like gods. So the idea of a divine beast lowering its head and serving a human was an unthinkable thing back then. However, the immortal monarch defied all logic and created history by becoming the first human to receive the divine beast's support. As a result of this, the immortal monarch also became the most powerful beast tamer in the 9 heavens. He was an untouchable figure that had many powerful divine beasts by his side. After hearing this information about his bloodline, many things started making sense to Yuan. The reason Feng Yuxiang and Lan Yingying found his blood delicious is most likely due to his bloodline that had many connections with divine beasts. If you don't mind me asking, may I have a drop of your blood for confirmation? The Lord suddenly asked him. Sure. Yuan didn't refuse, as he wanted to see the Lord's reaction. What? You're going to drink a human's blood? That's insane. The manager suddenly shouted. Silence. The Lord roared. If what he said is true, then he's not just any ordinary human. He's related to the immortal monarch, who had the support of the 9 ancient beasts. Do you have any idea what this means? What's the 9 ancient beasts? Yuan asked out of curiosity. Visit Readle. Me for extra chapters. The 9 ancient beasts refers to the most powerful and ancient divine beasts in the 9 heavens. They're said to be the first divine beasts to ever exist, so they're basically the ancestors of all divine beasts. I see. Anyway, erase my blood. Yuan collected a single drop of his blood and gave it to the Lord. The Lord's body visibly trembled afterward. This is, without doubt, the immortal monarch's bloodline. Only the immortal monarch's bloodline can taste unique to us divine beasts. The Lord exclaimed. The blood of normal humans tastes like muddy water to us divine beasts, but the immortal monarch is different. His blood taste would taste more delicious than even the most delicious thing we have ever eaten. And that is exactly what your blood tasted like. Is that so? Yuan noticed the weird expression on the manager's face and turned to look at her with a smile on his face. Leah, do you also want to taste my blood? I can tell that you're curious. He asked her. There's no way that I would want to taste the blood of a human. I don't care if you have the immortal monarch's bloodline. I want to accept you, a human. The manager responded with gritted teeth. Yuan raised his eyebrows and turned to ask the Lord. Did something happen with her? Her hate for humans doesn't appear to be natural. And mind your own business. The manager shouted. The Lord shook his head and said, I'm afraid that I do not have the right to tell her story. If you truly wish to know, you must ask her. Don't even think about it, because I won't tell you no matter what. The manager continued. Don't worry, I won't force you. You can tell me when you're ready. Yuan said with a smile. Damn, he's so irritating. Why does he have to make it sound like I'm going to tell him in the future? And he sounds so confident about it. The manager cried inwardly. I apologize for her, young Master Yuan. The Lord said a moment later. Huh? What did you just call me? Yuan doubted his hearing just now. Chapter 9, 51. Published at 5th of May, 2022, 3:06 and 14 seconds p.m. Chapter 951. 951 if audio player doesn't work. Press stop, then play button again. Chapter 951. Immortal Monarch's Descendant. Since it's confirmed that you have the Immortal Monarch's bloodline, I must address you properly. It's only natural, as you're the Immortal Monarch's descendant. The Lord said, just continue calling me Yuan. I don't like it when people suddenly change the way they address me. It feels awkward. I understand, Yuan. The Lord nodded. Anyways, I still have more questions. Ask away. Why are you responsible for the seal on Earth? Who decided that? It was my decision and idea to accept the seal. The Lord said, why? Your strength is sealed, and your energy is constantly being absorbed by the seal. Why would you agree to what is essentially constant torture? The Lord smiled and said, believe it or not, I do it because I love humans. Huh? What kind of nonsense is that? I know, you probably think it's stupid. I am well aware of how cringe and typical my reasoning is, but it's the truth. Furthermore, I was born on Earth, at least before it got its name. Earth was a small part of First Heaven before, and it was my hometown. Yuan sighed. Well, I'm not going to make fun of your decision, even though I find it ridiculous. So I'm going to go ahead and move to the next question. Since there are two divine beasts here, could there be other divine beasts hidden in this world? What about magical beasts? Where did they go? And how did the existence of cultivation disappear for the majority of the world? I'm not sure if there are other divine beasts out there since it's been countless years since I've left this place, but it's not impossible. As for the magical beasts, they were all hunted to extinction. Normally, more magical beasts would be born after some time, but due to the lack of spiritual energy in this world and its small size, such a thing did not happen. Now on to why the majority of this world forgot about cultivation. Honestly, I don't know how it happened. I went into a deep slumber shortly after I took the seal into my body, and when I woke up, it was as though the entire world had forgotten about cultivation. With that being said, the people living on Earth before it was separated from the nine heavens were mostly mortals, so that could be a cause. Perhaps the people of this world decided to give up on cultivation altogether and started focusing on technology instead. Who knows? After all, if you think about it, even a somewhat powerful cultivation can remove mountains with ease, and considering the size of this world, it would be for the best if people stopped cultivation. Let's take you for example, Yuan. At your current level, you are more than capable of destroying this world, and you're only a spirit grandmaster. However, these are all just speculations. I see, Yuan mumbled. After pondering for some time, he spoke, all right, I will leave things here for now. There's a lot of new information that I need to think about and digest. When I'm ready to talk again, I will come back with more questions. Very well. We'll be here whenever you need us. The Lord said, Leah, escort him back, and do not be disrespectful to him. The Lord turned to her and said, oh, one more thing. Do you mind if I tell my friends about the stuff I learned today? Yuan suddenly asked. If you want, just try not to spread it too much. It might cause the entire world to panic. All right. Yuan left the peak of the mountain shortly after. You don't need to follow me all the way. I can get back by myself. Yuan said to the manager after they left the formation. Visit Riedel. Me for extra chapters. Say no more. The manager turned around and started walking back to the peak of the mountain without any hesitation. After returning to the peak of the mountain, the manager walked straight to the cave and spoke in a frustrated voice. Why did you lower yourself to him? That wasn't part of the agreement. He's the immortal monarch's descendant. It's only natural for divine beasts to lower their heads before him. That's bullshit. He's not the immortal monarch. He's just a descendant. Descendant or not, as long as he has the bloodline, we are obligated to respect him. This is the will of our ancestors, the will of the 9 ancient beasts. In fact, let me give you a suggestion, Leah. Go serve him. It will benefit you greatly. What? You want me to serve that pervert? Are you insane? I won't do such a thing, even if it's the last thing I do. She immediately refused. Those that carry the immortal monarch's bloodline are destined to do great things. There are even divine beasts out there that dream of being beside someone with that bloodline. You should really take advantage of your situation and create a connection with him before he inevitably travels to the 9 heavens with his real body. You sound like you want to be his servant. Why don't you do it then? The Lord shook his head. I would be lying if I say that I don't want to serve him, but I am not worthy to be by his side. You, on the other hand, don't even think about it. I will never serve a human. What a pity. His blood is really tasty, you know? If you become his servant, you might be able to drink his blood very often. Legend also has it that if a divine beast drinks enough of the immortal monarch's blood, they can evolve, becoming more powerful than ever. The manager swallowed nervously after hearing such words, but she quickly shook the idea away. I don't care if he's the immortal monarch's descendant. Even if he's the immortal monarch himself, I will not serve him. I hate humans, and I will never forgive them for their crimes. After saying such words, the manager turned around and disappeared from the scene. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 952. Published at 5th of May, 2022, 3:06 and 13 seconds p.m. Chapter 952. 952 if audio player doesn't work. Press stop then play button again. Chapter 952. On the verge of destruction after returning home, Yuan gathered everyone in the faction to let them know the truth about. What I am about to say is very shocking, and you might even not believe me, but trust me, it's real. First and foremost, the 9 heavens is real, and our world used to be part of it. The 9 heavens was known as divine heaven before, but something happened, causing it to split into many different pieces. The 9 largest parts of divine heaven became known as the 9 heavens. Earth was too small and had drifted too far away to join the 9 heavens, so we became our own world. However, because of the separation, Earth isn't in a good condition. Hell, you can even say that it's on the verge of destruction. What? Everyone there exclaimed in a shocked voice. Yes, even now, the world is on the verge of collapsing on itself. The only reason it's not is because of the Lord of the Dragon's Spiral Mountain. He's keeping this world safe with a powerful formation that surrounds this world. Oh, you should know that the Lord is not human. He's actually a divine beast. Wait. Let me digest a little before you continue. Wang Ming suddenly said. So let me get this straight. This world used to exist in the 9 heavens before it got split into many parts, and it's now on the verge of destruction. However, thanks to the Lord of the Dragon's Spiral Mountain, who is not human, the world is safe. Is that it? Yes, that's right. Yuan calmly nodded. Holy shit. I can't believe it. I mean, I believe you, but I am having trouble believing it. How long do you think the Lord will continue protecting this world? Shirlang suddenly asked. If he suddenly decides to give up, or he can no longer support this world, Won't that mean the end of the world for us? According to him, he's been protecting this world ever since Earth was separated from the nine heavens. That's at least a few million years. Yuan said, and he continued, I don't know how long he can continue protecting us, but I doubt it will be forever. I will ask him the next time we meet. Is there anything we can do? I don't like the feeling of entrusting the entire human race to one person. Like Sherlang had mentioned, this lord could suddenly give up and destroy the world. Yuan pondered for a moment before speaking. I'm just speculating, but perhaps the seal can be passed on to another person. If I become strong enough, I might be able to bear this seal and keep this world safe. With that being said, I will need to seriously increase my cultivation before that can happen. There's another thing we can do. We can all move to the nine heavens and live there instead. I was going to mention this next, but we can travel to the nine heavens from here. The Dragon Spiral Mountain is a gateway to the nine heavens, but we need to activate the gate from both sides before we can travel there. Basically, we will be abandoning Earth, right? Wang Bingbing said. Basically. Yuan nodded. Honestly, there's nothing we can do, right, but trust the Lord that he will not destroy the world. In the meantime, I will try to see if there is anything I can do to prevent this world from getting destroyed in the future. Sometime later, Yuan continued their conversation. Let's talk about cultivation online now. The console that we've all been using has two different formations hidden within: the Soul Transference Array and the Soul Avatar Array. Essentially, these arrays transfer a part of our soul to the nine heavens, and using our soul, it creates our character, allowing us to visit the nine heavens without actually going there. However, there's the thing. Because our character is our soul, any damages done to our character can actually harm our real bodies. I hope none of you have died in cultivation online. Everyone there exchanged shocked looks with each other. Visit Readle. Me for extra chapters. I haven't died yet. Me neither. Yuan sighed in relief after hearing that nobody in the faction has died in cultivation online. Now that we all know our characters are created using our souls, we should be extra careful with ourselves and try to not get hurt as much as possible, just in case. Yuan turned to face Li Jinsi and continued, especially you, Jinsi. Out of everyone here, I worry about you the most. You're the type to go overboard and get too excited very quickly. Getting your soul damaged is nothing like hurting your physical body. If your soul is damaged, you could easily become brain dead. Everyone there trembled after hearing such words. Now that you mention it, there are rumors of players who have suddenly become brain dead after dying too many times in cultivation online. Wu Zhao suddenly said, I will verify that information later. Hey, if it's actually this dangerous to play cultivation online, shouldn't we warn the others and make this information public? Shimorong suddenly asked. I don't think anyone would believe us even if we try to warn them, Wang Bingbing sighed. Right? They'll probably think we're crazy or something. Chu Liuxiang agreed. We won't say anything to the public for now. Cultivation Online was created by the Celestial Emperor, who is the ruler of the nine heavens, and not even the Lord knows his purpose for creating Cultivation Online. Also, the Celestial Emperor willingly put all of our lives at risk for his own goals. I don't care what his intentions are, but he's playing with our lives, nor does he seem to care about the consequences. Yuan said with gritted teeth, and I will not let anyone play with our lives, not even if he's the Celestial Emperor. Everyone there swallowed nervously after hearing his words that sounded like a declaration of war to the Celestial Emperor. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 953, published at 5th of May, 2022, 3:06 and 12 seconds p.m., Chapter 953. 953 if audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button, and again, Chapter 953. Leaving the Dragon Spiral Mountain. Now that you all know the truth, I am going to tell you my plans. Yuan spoke again after letting the others some time to digest the information. I will first find the Dragon Spiral Mountain within the nine heavens and activate it. Then I will travel to the 9 heavens and reabsorb my soul. That way, I will be at my full potential. I'm not exactly sure what I'm going to do afterward, but I will think of something by then, hopefully. Oh yeah, I should also warn you about techniques that can damage your soul. Since your character is created from your soul, it wouldn't be wise to be struck by such a fatal attack. Therefore, avoid them at all costs. Sometime later, Yuan said to them, "Anyways, now that is out of the way, I have a small announcement to make. My sister's birthday is coming up soon, and I plan on visiting her, so I won't be here for a few days starting tomorrow. Any questions?" Chu Liuxiang immediately raised her hand and said, "I wanted to ask you this sooner, but can I go with you? I want to meet you Ro in person this time." "I don't mind." Yuan nodded. "Thank you." Everyone returned to their own rooms to further think about the information Yuan revealed shortly after. That night, Yuan went to spend the night with Meishio. "You're not going to use the love capsules this time?" Yuan asked her as they prepared for their love session. "No, I was only curious about it last time. Honestly, it doesn't feel right consuming medicine to enhance my performance. I don't want to rely on medicine to keep up with you. However, I will admit that it was a fun time. I have never been pushed so far past my limit." Yuan smiled and said, "I also don't want to rely on those love capsules." Chu Liuxiang said that I will eventually find more partners, and when that happens, I will need the stamina to love them as well. Even though a single love capsule can keep me going for half a day, I don't like the feeling of being out of control, so I will also refrain from using them in the future and use my own strength to satisfy you. Yuan. Meishio made her advancement and kissed Yuan on the lips. However, right as things started getting intense, Meixia's cell phone started ringing. Meishio swallowed nervously after seeing the name of the caller. Who could be calling so late into the night? Yuan asked her as he stopped moving his body. "It's Ro," Meishio said. "Should I answer it?" "Go ahead." Yuan nodded as he pulled his sword out of Meixia's cave before laying on the bed beside her. Meishio took a deep breath before accepting the call. "Hello. Meishio, is this a good time?" Yu Rao's voice was filled with enthusiasm. "Yes, I can speak now." Meishio said, "Great. Do you know what my brother is doing right now?" "I was hoping to speak with him." Meishio turned to look at Yuan, who quickly shook his head. "Sorry, but Yuan is actually out of the house now. Isn't it nighttime over there? What is he doing out so late?" He had to speak with the Lord of the Dragon, Spiral Mountain. It seemed very important. Meishio didn't think she'd have to lie to Uro in such a manner, and she felt like someone who was lying her way out of being caught cheating. "I haven't been able to hear brother's voice in so long. I think this is the longest I have ever gone without seeing him or hearing his voice. What did you want to speak with Yuan about? I can tell him for you when he returns." Uro remained silent for a good moment before finally speaking. "It's nothing too important. I just wanted to see if we can schedule a video call in a few days. It's my birthday after all." "Do you think my brother even remembers my birthday?" Uro then asked. "Visit Riedel. Me for extra chapters." "Of course. Yuan won't forget something so important." "Really? I don't know. It's just been so long. I'm afraid that he's forgotten about me now that he's truly free." "Don't be silly, Uro. You're his precious little sister. He'll never forget about you." Meishio reassured her. "Then let's put that to the test. Don't tell my brother about this conversation, and don't remind him about my birthday. If he truly remembers, he will be the one contacting me instead." "Okay, I won't say anything to Yuan. I promise." "Thank you, Meishio. It's almost time for my morning training, so I leave now. I will call you again later to listen to your stories." "See you later, Uro." After closing the phone, Meishio turned to look at Yuan and said, "Technically, you overheard our conversation, so I didn't tell you again." Yuan showed a bittersweet smile and said, "That silly girl is worried that I might have forgotten about her, my one and only sister. Not gonna lie, I feel a little sad. And in order to make sure that she will never have such worries again, I will give her the best birthday present ever." "What do you have in mind?" Meishio asked out of curiosity. "I will tell you when we're on the plane tomorrow." The two of them resumed their business with each other shortly after. The following morning, Yuan, Meishio, and Chu Liuxiang left the Dragon Spiral Mountain in a car and made their way to the airport. On their way to the airport, Yuan made sure to tell Chu Liuxiang that his relationship with them must be kept a secret. I don't mind keeping our relationship a secret, but if she asks me, I will tell her that I love you. Not that she doesn't know that already. Chu Liuxiang chuckled. Sometime later, the three of them boarded the airplane and started flying towards Yu-Rao's location. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 954. Published at 5th of May, 2022, 3:06 and 11 seconds p.m. Chapter 954. 954 if audio player doesn't work. Press stop then play button and again. Chapter 954. Player Yuan's face. So what are your plans? What do you plan on giving Yu-Ro for her birthday? Meisho asked Yuan shortly after the plane took off. Well, first of all, I need to meet with White Lotus and schedule my visit to their faction. As for Yu-Rao's birthday present, I'm going to give her a concert. Yuan said. A concert? Like the one you gave before she left. Meisho raised her eyebrows. You cannot call that a concert. I'm in a real concert, and it will not be under my alias, Tian Yang. I will be going as you Tian. Mike C's jaw dropped slightly upon hearing his words. I am done hiding. I will let the world know that I have returned. I'm sure this will make Yu-Ro happier than any physical gift I can buy her. What about the Yu family? They will definitely try to force you to return. Chu Liuxiang asked. What about them? I am no longer in the family, and they even disowned me. Yuan said. That might not be the case. Chu Liuxiang shook her head, and she continued. Even though they have disowned you, you are still legally Yu Tian and part of the Yu family. Furthermore, I'm sure that you'd signed some contracts with the Yu family when you were still young and active, which will most likely legally bind you to their company. Lulu is right, Yuan. Meisho said. You probably don't remember this, but your parents made you sign this contract that legally binds you to their company forever. And unlike my mother, you cannot buy your way out of the contract. The only way to leave is if the Yu family willingly destroys the contract. What the hell? That sounds illegal. And wouldn't I be too young to sign contracts? Yuan said. Not if they altered the contract without your knowledge and made it look like you signed it at a legal age. It's a common trick in the industry. Chu Liuxiang said. Yuan sighed. I'm not surprised. However, that won't stop my return. They could try whatever they want, but I am now strong enough to fight back. If they try anything funny, I will destroy the entire Yu family. What about you, Meisho? Do you plan on giving anything to Yu-Ro? Well, I have been thinking about it, but I don't know what to give her. I have never given her a birthday gift since it wasn't appropriate for me, her servant, to do so. I think she will be happy with anything you give her. It's the thought that truly counts. What about you? Meisho suddenly turned to Chu Liuxiang and asked her. Unfortunately, I don't know Yu-Ro enough to buy something. Of course, I could just buy something random, like buying a gift for a stranger I have never met, but that doesn't sit right with me, so I'm going to try and understand Yu-Ro as much as I can so that I can buy something worthy for her next year. Sometime later, Meisho asked, By the way, how are you going to start a concert? We only have 3 days until Yu-Rao's birthday, 2.5 if you consider how long it will take us to get there. It's not going to be an official concert. I'm just going to set up a public concert and do it there. I've already asked the Cultivators Association to help me with the setup. They happily agreed. I see. Many hours later, at the Eternal Lotus's headquarters. Miss Bai, your ride is prepared. We can leave whenever. Player Yuan's plane should arrive in 2 hours. Her manager notified her. Understand. We'll leave in 5 minutes. Understood. Sometime later, White Lotus secretly left the headquarters with her manager to meet with Yuan. About half an hour later, they arrived at the most luxurious and famous hotel in the entire White Lotus. Indeed, it was named after White Lotus by her family, who owned the hotel. Welcome, young lady. The manager of the hotel personally greeted her at the front door. Are the preparations ready? She asked him. Yes. The entire balcony has been reserved for the young lady, and our best chefs are all here today. Good. White Lotus nodded. Visit Riedel. Me for extra chapters. The young lady sure is dressed elegantly today. Just who is she meeting today? The hotel manager wondered inwardly as he gazed upon White Lotus' beautiful appearance that attracted the attention of everyone there. How long until he arrives? White Lotus asked her manager. The plane will land in 30 minutes. He should arrive approximately in 1 hour and 20 minutes. And his ride? Already at the airport waiting for his arrival. I'm going to double-check my appearance. You should also go to the airport to make sure his arrival is as smooth as possible. White Lotus said before leaving. Understand. I haven't seen her this motivated and serious in such a long time. It's almost like she's meeting with her crush. Even though she says that she's not nervous, anyone can tell that's a lie. The manager couldn't help but smile inwardly. Half an hour later, Yuan's plane landed in the airport. After leaving the airplane, Yuan immediately noticed 3 conspicuous, beautiful women standing at his terminal, and they were dressed in a black suit, almost like they were from the Secret Service. Yuan immediately approached these 3 women after seeing the sign one of them was holding that had a single word on it, birthday. Are you with White Lotus? Yuan asked them. You must be player Yuan. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. I am White Lotus personal manager, Jasmine. These 2 behind me will be your bodyguard for today. So this is what the famous player Yuan looks like. These 3 ladies thought to themselves as they stared at Yuan's handsome face. They expected him to be wearing a mask to protect his identity like in Cultivation Online, but the only thing he was wearing on his face was a pair of sunglasses, which was out of their expectations. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 955, published at 5th of May, 2022, 3:06 and 10 seconds p.m. Chapter 955. 955 if audio player doesn't work. Press stop then play button and again. Chapter 955. Meeting White Lotus in person. Just call me Yuan. He said to the 3 ladies. By the way, these are my friends, Meishio and Chu Liuxiang. They will be visiting my sister as well. Understand. Jasmine nodded calmly. However, she was inwardly shocked by Yuan's appearance. Our investigations on Yu Rao's only brother, Yu Tian, said that he had suffered an unknown illness when he was at a very young age, becoming a cripple that couldn't even leave the bed without someone helping him. But he looks perfectly healthy to me. Our car is outside. We'll bring you to White Lotus, she said a moment later. Yuan and the others followed these ladies outside to their limousine. Yuan's group and Jasmine and one of the bodyguards sat in the back while the second bodyguard drove the limousine. If you have any questions, please don't hesitate to ask me, Jasmine said to them. Sure. However, the ride to the hotel where White Lotus was waiting was much more quiet than Jasmine had anticipated. Neither Yuan nor the other 2 spoke a single word for the entire trip, which made Jasmine and the bodyguards quite nervous, as they were worried that something was troubling them. Jasmine wanted to start a conversation with Yuan multiple times, but she was worried that she might bother them by doing so. In the end, she decided to remain silent and spent the entire trip staring at Yuan's face, who was silently staring in front of him. Although it looked like Yuan had turned into a stone statue, he was actually enjoying the view of the city with his divine sense. As for Meishio and Chu Liuxiang, they had their eyes closed, almost as though they were trying to sleep. Truth was, they had nothing to say, so they just closed their eyes and patiently waited for them to arrive at their destination. About 20 minutes later, the limousine came to a complete stop, and Jasmine spoke. We have arrived at our destination, Yuan. This hotel. Yuan noticed the name of this hotel to be the same as White Lotus, and this made him curious. This is the White Lotus Hotel. It's the highest rated and most luxurious hotel in the entire city. The hotel is also owned by the Bai family. In case you didn't know already, White Lotus' real name is Bai Lianhua. As for why the hotel is named after White Lotus, her parents are the one who came up with this idea. The moment Yuan stepped out of the car, he noticed a beautiful woman with a familiar face approaching their direction, her silky white hair flowing behind her back like a cape. He turned to greet her with a gentle smile on his face. "Hello, White Lotus. Thank you for coming all the way out here for us." "It's my pleasure, Yuan. How was your journey here? I hope it was comfortable." White Lotus returned his smile with one of her own, but she was inwardly shocked for the same reason that shocked Jasmine. "Did something go wrong with our intel? He looks nothing like a cripple," she cried inwardly. "She's quite the woman, don't you think so?" Chu Liuxiang whispered to Meishio. She nodded her head and said, "Quite bold with her appearance, too." White Lotus was wearing a white dress that complemented her silky hair and tall figure perfectly, but it was also quite revealing, especially the area around her chest that barely covered her bare breasts. "She's definitely trying to seduce Yuan with her big boobs. I must admit, they're a size or two bigger than ours." Chu Liuxiang whispered to Meishio, who was speechless. "Let me introduce you to my friends. This is Meishio, who used to work for my sister, and this is Chu Liuxiang, my childhood friend. They're also here to celebrate Yu Rao's birthday." Yuan calmly introduced his companions to White Lotus. White Lotus looked at Meishio and Chu Liuxiang and smiled. "Nice to meet you. He's visiting his sister on her birthday with two beautiful women by his side? What is their relationship with him?" She wondered inwardly. Yuan and the others followed White Lotus into the hotel shortly after, while the workers there handled their luggage. "Do you want to visit your rooms now? I'm sure you're tired after your long flight." White Lotus asked them. "We're fine. We had plenty of sleep on the plane." Yuan said, "Visit Riedel. Me for extra chapters. With that being said, I am quite hungry. Then let's head to the restaurant first." Sometime later, they arrived at the roof of the hotel, where they could see the majority of the city without any obstruction. "Wow, what beautiful scenery," Chu Liuxiang said out loud. "I'm glad you like it." White Lotus led them to the only table there. Once they were all seated, White Lotus said, "Order anything you want and don't worry about the bill." Yuan looked at the menu that was much smaller than what he was used to. Because he has never eaten at an expensive restaurant, he did not know that most luxurious restaurants like this offer a smaller menu to keep the food quality higher. "I will have everything on the menu," Yuan said after a glance at the menu. "Eat everything." White Lotus and the waiter were taken aback by his words. "Don't worry, I won't waste any food." Yuan smiled at them. Sometime later, once all of their orders were taken, the waiter rushed to the kitchen and told the chefs to cook everything on the menu and some more. "What? I was told that we would only be serving very few guests, not several families." The chefs were baffled by the news. Despite their shock, the chefs immediately began their work, causing the temperature in the kitchen to rise very quickly. While they waited, White Lotus started the conversation by saying to Yuan, "By the way, those sunglasses look really good on you." "Thank you, but I'm not wearing these for fashion. To tell you the truth, I am actually blind," Yuan said with a smile. "Blind?" White Lotus was at loss for words. "If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters." Chapter 956, published at 6th of May, 2022, 1:09 and 11 seconds p.m. Chapter 956. 956 if audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 956. Who are you trying to seduce? How can he be blind? He's walking around just fine, without any support. White Lotus wondered to herself after hearing Yuan's seemingly outrageous claim. Yuan smiled and removed his sunglasses, revealing to her his silver eyes. White Lotus covered her mouth in shock and asked in a trembling voice, "I'm sorry, but how?" Once you reach Spirit Master, you will be able to use something called Divine Sense, which will allow you to see your surroundings without needing to use your actual eyes. It's a very convenient skill, and you can even see things that you normally wouldn't be able to see with your bare eyes. Why, you're already a Spirit Master? White Lotus was shocked once again. I am still only at the 3rd level of Spirit Warrior, yet he's already a Spirit Master. How's he progress so fast? Actually, I am a spirit grandmaster right now, Yuan said. What? White Lotus stood up from shock and shouted, startling them. Excuse me. White Lotus quickly realized her mistake and sat back down with her face slightly rosy. If I recall correctly, even the second strongest player is only a peak spirit master. If we don't include the person himself, this guy has managed to surpass the strongest cultivator in the real world. This achievement is nothing short of absurd. She cried inwardly. It was at this moment that White Lotus realized just how much she and the rest of the world were underestimating him. I must rope him into my family at all cost. Even if he doesn't join us, I want to maintain a good relationship with him. Fortunately for us, his younger sister is a member of our faction. This gives us a massive advantage over the others. White Lotus was getting more nervous with every passing moment, and the mission her family assigned her resounded louder and clearer. Player Yuan must join our family. You must do whatever you can to win him over, even if you have to use your own body. Are you okay? You don't seem very well. Yuan suddenly asked her after noticing her pale complexion. Yeah? Sorry, I was just thinking about some things. I am fine. White Lotus immediately fixed her expression and even put a charming smile on her face. Anyways, let's talk about your purpose here, to surprise Uro. I already have everything planned to make sure your surprise visit is a success. Actually, about that, there's been a change of plans. Huh? What do you mean? Well, I've decided to surprise Uro in a different manner. There will be a public concert on the day of her birthday. I want you to bring Uro to the concert without letting her realize the truth. I'm sorry if this will inconvenience you. Yuan explained. Of course not. I will make sure to send Uro to the concert without fail. But does this mean you no longer want to visit our Eternal Lotus's headquarters? White Lotus asked. I don't want to trouble you or your faction since it's no trouble at all. And since I have already prepared for your visit at the faction, it would be a waste if you didn't show up. If you say it like that, I guess I can visit your faction and see for myself how my sister has been living lately. Yuan nodded. The food arrived shortly after, and they stopped talking temporarily to eat. Wow, this food is delicious, Yuan said in a pleasantly surprised voice as he constantly shoved food inside his mouth. I'm glad you enjoy it. White Lotus smiled. An hour later, he really finished everything. White Lotus was impressed by Yuan's eating talent. After the workers there cleaned up the table, they resumed their conversation. There's still another 2 days before Yu's birthday. What do you plan on doing until then? White Lotus asked. We'll probably just look around the city. Meishio still needs to buy Uro a birthday present too. I see. Then do you mind if I tag along with you guys? I can be your guide. White Lotus asked. Are you sure? What about your faction? Won't they become suspicious if you're gone for too long? Visit Readel. Me for extra chapters. It's fine. I rarely get involved with the members, anyway. And it's only for 2 days. I've been gone for longer before. Oh, if you're worried that I might attract too much attention, I can go into disguise. You're even going as far as disguising yourself? I kind of feel bad for making you do so much work just to guide us around. It's fine. It's also my desire to spend more time with you. White Lotus said with a slightly blushing face. There's still a lot I want to talk to you about, too, especially after our conversation in Cultivation Online. If you really want to come with us, I won't stop you, Yuan said a moment later. Thank you. White Lotus showed a beaming smile. However, that smile would disappear a moment later when someone shouted, wait. You can't go out there. Do you know who I am? Get out of my way. I have business with White Lotus and the bastard she's meeting with. I know she's out there. Hey. A tall figure suddenly stormed through the guards and onto the roof, where Yuan and the others were. Who's that? Yuan asked. I'm really sorry. That's Zheng Weiman, and he's been infatuated with me for a while now, to the point where he's stalking me. Don't worry, I will deal with him immediately. White Lotus left the table and approached the young man. Zheng Weiman, I don't remember inviting you. How dare you barge in here and disturb my important meeting with an esteemed guest? I will give you 3 seconds to turn around and leave before I toss you out myself. Zheng Weimin pointed at her body with trembling hands and roared, "Look at you! Who are you trying to seduce with such a slutty dress?" He then turned to look at Yuan and continued, "Is it him? Is that the bastard you're trying to seduce? Not on my watch. Wow, what a guy," Chu Liuxiang mumbled, finding the situation to be incredibly amusing for some reason. And this is the bonus chapter for reaching 1K Power Stones from Magic System in a parallel world. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 957, published at 6th of May, 2022, 3:57 and 22 seconds p.m. Chapter 957. 957 if audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 957. Young Master Zheng, that's it. I have had enough of your nonsense. White Lotus started approaching Zheng Weimin aggressively. What do you think you're doing, White Lotus? Do you really dare to lay your hands on me? In case you forgot, your Bai family is only ranked 7th in the legacy ranking, whilst my Zheng family is ranked 5th, not even mentioning our allies. Touch even a hair on my body, and I will start a war with your Bai family. White Lotus gritted her teeth in frustration. I don't care even if you're ranked 1st in the legacy ranking. I will not forgive you for your actions today. White Lotus. Yuan's calm voice suddenly resounded, causing her to halt and turn to look at him. That anger does not suit your face, he said with a smile. White Lotus' face immediately flushed with redness. When Zheng Weimin saw White Lotus' face, his anger skyrocketed to a new level, and he immediately started power walking towards Yuan's table. Wait! White Lotus tried to stop him, but Yuan gestured for her to stop. Yuan stood up from his seat and faced Zheng Weimin directly. I don't know who you are, but you have guts. I will give you that. Yuan smiled and said, I don't know what business you have with White Lotus, but can you do it another time? We're having an important conversation right now. I don't give a rat's ass about your conversation. Nobody talks to my woman without my permission. That's not very reasonable. Yuan shook his head in a pitiful manner. Reasoning? Huh. Who cares about reasoning? Do you know who I am? My surname is Zheng. My family is ranked 5 in the legacy ranking. Legacy? I wonder if they have anything to do with the 7 legacy families in the 9 heavens. Yuan wondered inwardly. Sorry, but I'm not really knowledgeable about the legacy ranking, so your words mean nothing to me. Don't worry. The only words you need to understand are, if you dare come near my woman again, I will make you regret being born. Zheng Weimin suddenly glanced at Meishio and Chu Liuxiang and grinned. Are they your women? They're not bad. How about I take them from you, so you know how it feels? Let's not involve my friends in your nonsense. And who are you to stop me? Zheng Weimin suddenly moved and reached for Meishio with his claw-like hands. However, before he could even get close to Meishio, Yuan extended his hands and grabbed Zheng Weimin by the neck faster than one can blink their eyes. Get your hands off young Master Zheng. His guards that had been in the background started flooding the roof, even pointing their pistols at Yuan. However, Yuan acted like he couldn't even see them and proceeded to walk towards the edge of the building with Zheng Weimin still in his hold. The guards didn't dare to actually shoot their guns, as they were afraid of hitting Zheng Weimin by accident. Once Yuan was at the edge of the building, everybody there expected him to stop, but to their absolute shock, Yuan continued walking off the edge of the building. Are you insane, young master? The guards in White Lotus freaked out when they saw this. However, contrary to their expectations, Yuan didn't fall off the building and actually continued walking in the air, almost as though there was an invisible platform underneath him. What the hell is going on? White Lotus mumbled in a dazed voice, wondering if her eyes were playing tricks on her. Once he was a few meters away from the roof, Yuan stopped walking and spoke in a calm voice. I don't care if you badmouth me, but don't you dare try to touch my precious friends with your dirty hands. Zheng Weimin wanted to scream, but Yuan had cut off his voice by choking him. He also wanted to break free from Yuan's grasp, but seeing that the floor was hundreds of meters at the bottom, he didn't dare to even move, as he would fall to his death from this height, even with his first-level Spirit Warrior cultivation base. Visit Readel me for extra chapters. I have killed thousands of people inside Cultivation Online, but I have never killed someone in this world. Do you wish to be the first? Yuan asked him in a cold voice. No. Zheng Weimin muttered in a mosquito-like voice. Too late. Yuan suddenly released his hold on Zheng Weimin, letting him fall down. Yeah, I don't want to die. Zheng Weimin cried in a hysterical voice as his bladder gave up on him during the free fall. Oomph. When Zheng Weimin was a moment away from turning into meat paste on the street, Yuan caught him and flew back to the roof of the hotel. Once they were on the roof again, Yuan tossed Zheng Weimin, who had lost consciousness and sullied his pants, in front of his guards. Get that fool out of here. He's dirtying this place with his filth. Oh, and tell him to stop bothering White Lotus when he wakes up. Yuan said to the guards, who were in a daze trying to comprehend what they'd just witnessed. Guards, get them out of here. White Lotus shouted after snapping out of her daze. Very quickly, the guards working for her escorted Zheng Weimin and his men out of the hotel. I'm really sorry about what just happened. I will make this up to you. I swear. White Lotus apologized to them with her head lowered. Yuan casually waved his hand. Don't worry about it. You can put all the blame on that guy. Once White Lotus calmed down, she asked him, by the way, what on earth was that just now? You were flying? Yuan interrupted. She nodded eagerly. You'll be able to fly as well once you reach Spirit Grandmaster, he said. Although he wasn't able to immediately start flying after reaching Spirit Grandmaster and had to rely on his sword to fly, he practiced his chi manifestation almost every day and managed to finally fly just a week ago. No way, White Lotus muttered in a baffled voice, still not daring to believe it. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 958, published at 6th of May, 2022, 3:57 and 21 seconds p.m. Chapter 958. 958 if audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button and again. Chapter 958. Legacy ranking. Do you want to try it? Yuan suddenly asked. Try? Try what? Flying. White Lotus swallowed nervously after hearing his words, and the scene of Yuan soaring through the clouds while carrying her like a princess appeared in her mind. Are you sure? I might be a little heavy, White Lotus said with a stiff smile. Although she really wanted to experience flying in the sky, she didn't have the courage to accept his offer, especially when she's wearing such a revealing dress. Don't worry, I'll be fine. Yuan smiled. After a moment of silence, White Lotus nodded in a bashful manner. Then I'll accept your offer. Hearing her words, Yuan summoned the Empyrean Overlord and pointed at it. Go ahead. Stand on it. White Lotus looked at him with a dumbfounded face. I'll carry you around with my flying sword. It'll feel much better than having me carry you in my arms. Oh, all right. White Lotus nodded, feeling a little disappointed that Yuan will not be carrying her. Once she was standing on the Empyrean Overlord, White Lotus asked, by the way, where did this sword come from? Yuan chuckled. I will explain another day, since it's a bit complicated. White Lotus nodded and didn't question any further. Is this your first time riding a flying sword? Have you done it before in? This is my first time, she said. Then I will hold your hand until you're comfortable with letting go. Yuan offered his hand to White Lotus, who immediately accepted it without hesitation. I will be back in a bit, Yuan said to Meishio and Chu Liuxiang. Have fun. Chu Liuxiang waved at them. Yuan flew into the air with White Lotus shortly after. White Lotus immediately tightened her grasp on Yuan's hands after feeling the sword move. They started out slow, gradually increasing their flying speed until they maxed out at 20 miles per hour. What do you think about flying? Yuan asked White Lotus. It's a little scary being this high up, but I really enjoy it. How long can you maintain being in the air? She then asked. I can fly for an hour straight if I were by myself, but since I am also carrying you, I will only be able to fly for about half an hour. Want to see more chapters? Please visit PANDANOVELCOMIC. Are you ready to let go of my hand? Yuan asked her a few moments later. Yes. White Lotus nodded, and she slowly relaxed her hands. How am I doing? She asked him afterward. You're doing great. Do you want to speed up more? Sure. Yuan increased their speed by another 5 miles per hour after White Lotus approval. How fast does this thing go? White Lotus asked out of curiosity. Do you want to see for yourself? Yuan smiled at her. White Lotus swallowed nervously, but she nodded her head regardless. Brace yourself. I will go at maximum speed in 3, 2, 1. Whoosh! The flying sword suddenly quadrupled in speed, going at nearly 100 miles per hour. Visit Readel. Me for extra chapters. Oh! White Lotus shouted, as she was not expecting such an explosive boost. After remaining on the sword for a few seconds, White Lotus could no longer keep up with the speed and actually fell off the flying sword, and she started plunging towards the ground. Yuan! She cried out loud. Yuan quickly went to catch her. Are you okay? He asked her. Yes, but that was horrifying. I now understand how Zheng Weimin felt when you dropped him. White Lotus sighed in relief. Once she calmed down, she realized that Yuan was carrying her like a princess, and one of his hands was even touching her breasts. White Lotus blushed when she felt Yuan's fingers firmly pressing against the side of her breasts, but she kept her mouth closed and didn't say anything, silently enjoying the situation. By the way, Yuan suddenly spoke. The Zheng family might try to cause trouble for your family after what happened today. If that happens, you can let me know and I will do my best to assist your family. I hate people who think they can do anything because of their status, people like Zheng Weimin. Thank you, Yuan. I will remember your words, but my Bai family is not weak. If the Zheng family wishes to bully us, we will not stay silent and fight back. After pondering for a bit, Yuan said, I was not lying when I said that I don't know much about the legacy ranking. While I prefer staying out of their business, I have a feeling that I will encounter more people like Zheng Weimin in the future, so I might as well gather information now. You want to know more about the legacy ranking, right? I will tell you everything you need to know whenever you want. White Lotus said, Thank you. After flying around for a few more minutes, Yuan returned to the hotel with White Lotus still in his arms. Thank you for the wonderful experience, Yuan. I will never forget it for the rest of my life. White Lotus said to him with a beautiful smile on her face. I had fun too. Sometime later, they returned to the table. After ordering some drinks, White Lotus began explaining to them the legacy ranking and how it works. There are 100 slots in the legacy ranking from rank 1 to rank 100. In order to join the legacy ranking, you must have one thing: results. As you probably know, video games have been immensely popular even before Cultivation Online's existence. So much so that it has ingrained itself into the majority of people's lives, where over half of the world population play games to make a living. With how important video games have become in our world, it was only natural for people to want to monetize it. One thing led to another, and a legacy ranking was born, where families from all over the world fight for the top rankings in whichever video game is chosen to be the focus for that decade. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 959, published at 7th of May, 2022, 2:48 and 10 seconds p.m. Chapter 959. 959 if audio player doesn't work. Press stop, then play button again. Chapter 959. I want him dead. Besides wealth and fame, what do you get for being part of the legacy ranking? Yuan asked. Influence and social status. White Lotus calmly replied. I get the meaning behind the legacy ranking, but how does it actually work? Chu Yoxiang suddenly asked. If we're going by rankings, doesn't it mean Yuan, who is the current number 1 player number 1 in the legacy ranking? Yes and no. In order to enter the legacy ranking, you must participate in a tournament that is held every year. You need at least 10 people in your family to participate. While Yuan is without doubt the number 1 player it doesn't mean he will automatically take first place in the legacy ranking. Yuan, why don't you join this year's tournament and show the legacy families who's boss? Chu Yoxiang chuckled at this idea. White Lotus immediately started sweating after hearing Chu Luxiang's words. Actually, since Yuan doesn't belong to any family, I think it would be for the best if you join another family. Of course, I'm not just saying this so I can recruit you into our family, even though I would love to. The other legacy families won't like it if a newly created family suddenly becomes rank 1, and they will probably do everything in their power to prevent it from happening. So what you're saying is, they will try to mess with Yuan if he tries to join with his own family. Meishio said, unfortunately, that is exactly what will happen. White Lotus sighed. However, if you really want to start your own family, you could try forming alliances with other legacy families. What about factions? Can I join with my faction? Yuan suddenly asked. Actually, yes, you can. It was implemented just recently, but factions are now able to participate in the legacy ranking. Are you really planning on joining the legacy ranking with your faction? White Lotus looked at Yuan with a nervous gaze. Honestly, I couldn't care less about the legacy ranking. Whether it be wealth or influence, it doesn't mean anything to me. I created the faction so that I can always be with the people that are close to me. That's all. I see. White Lotus was relieved to hear Yuan's words. If he won't be participating in the legacy ranking, it won't be as chaotic and stressful. However, nothing is set in stone, and it is still too early to tell if Yuan will affect this year's legacy ranking. Sometime later, White Lotus brought Yuan and the others to their rooms. You can use these 3 rooms for as long as you please. They're the best we have in the hotel. Thank you, they said. After picking their own rooms, they moved their luggage inside. Do you plan on walking around the city anytime soon? White Lotus asked them shortly after. We plan on doing it now. Yuan nodded. Can you give me a few minutes to prepare my disguise? White Lotus then asked. Sure. Thank you very much. White Lotus went into the room right beside their room and proceeded to disguise herself. A few minutes later, she returned to their side with a completely different appearance. Her hair turned blonde, and even her eyes changed to a beautiful green color. As for her dress, she changed it into something more casual, and she even went out of her way to wear sunglasses like Yuan. How do I look? She asked them. I wouldn't recognize you if I didn't know your identity beforehand. Yuan smiled. That's great. They left the hotel shortly after and started walking around the city. Visit Riedel. Me for extra chapters. Of course, even with White Lotus disguised, their group still attracted plenty of attention because of Meishio and Chu Yoxiang. Meanwhile, at the Zheng family's headquarters, Zheng Weimin was lying in his bed when he suddenly woke up screaming. Yeah, help me. I am falling. Young master, calm down. You're not falling. His servants quickly attended him. What? Zheng Weimin looked at his surroundings with a puzzled face, his back soaked in cold sweat. Where am I? What happened? You're in your own room right now, young master. You lost consciousness after what happened, so we carried you back here. The servants did not dare to mention that Head sullied his pants, so they left that detail out. That bastard. How dare he embarrass me in front of White Lotus? I want him dead. Zheng Weimin roared. The servants started sweating, and they quickly reminded him of what happened. Young master, are you sure that's a good idea? That man could fly. Do you really think humans can fly? This is not cultivation online. He was obviously using some kind of trick to make it seem like he was flying. Zheng Weimin shouted, clearly in denial. I believe we should investigate his identity before we act. Then hurry up and investigate him. I want to know everything about him. His family, his friends, everything. Just you wait. I will show you what happens when you offend me. I'm going to crush you and your insignificant life. I also want the Bai family to be held responsible for what happened today. Call my father and tell him that White Lotus from the Bai family has assaulted me today. The servants quickly went to work after hearing Zheng Weimin's words. Despite knowing that Zheng Weimin was being unreasonable, they could not defy his orders, and they were already used to it. Sometime later, after hearing about what had happened to his precious son and how Head almost died today, The head of the Zheng family immediately contacted the Bai family, demanding an explanation. Of course, the Bai family had expected their contact and even prepared for it. While the Zheng family was oblivious of Yuan's identity, the Bai family knew very well that he was the one behind the incident today, so they took advantage of their knowledge to mess with the Zheng family. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 960, published at 7th of May, 2022, 2:48 and 9 seconds p.m. Chapter 960. 960 if audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 960. Meeting between two legacy families inside a private room. The patriarch of the Bai family stood before a projector that was projecting a video call. On the other side of the call was the patriarch of the Zheng family. The two of them had decided to video call each other to talk about the recent incident between White Lotus and Zheng Weimin. You claim that your son, Zheng Weimin, had gone to visit my daughter, Bai Lianhua, and returned beaten and humiliated without any good reason. But I heard a different story from my daughter. She claims that your son, Zheng Weimin, had rudely forced himself into a private meeting between my daughter and her clients. Not only that, he even insulted my daughter and her clients. That's a load of bullshit by Meng Yao. My son went to visit your daughter because he had something important to tell her, but he was assaulted and humiliated before he could even speak with her. He was even beaten unconscious. Zheng Yi, there's no need to sugar your words. We both know that your son is obsessed with my daughter. We have told your Zheng family many times that Bai Lianhua does not wish to be with Zheng Weimin, yet he keeps on causing trouble for her, which causes trouble for my family. Bai Meng Yao shook his head. Don't try to change the subject, Bai Meng Yao. We're talking about how your daughter attacked my son. No matter their relationship, that won't change the fact that my son had been beaten by her. Zheng Yi slammed his desk in anger. Now, that's where you're wrong. Bai Meng Yao shook his head again. How am I wrong? My daughter did not lay a hand on your son. It was her client who had an altercation with Zheng Weimin, so you're speaking with the wrong person right now. If you really want to seek justice for your son, you should probably go speak with the young man who felt the need to beat your son. Though, I'm sure he has a good reason, especially considering Zheng Weimin's bad reputation. Zheng Weimin gritted his teeth in frustration. He knew that White Lotus hadn't touched his son. However, he could not let go the chance to blame the Bai family that has been refusing to give their Zheng family face for years now by rejecting Zheng Weimin's proposal to White Lotus. I don't care if your daughter touched him or not. As the host, she should have kept her client in check. Like how we're responsible for our dog's actions, White Lotus is responsible for her client's actions. Bai Meng Yao suddenly laughed out loud. What's so funny? Zheng Yi frowned. My daughter should keep that person in check? You have no idea who her client even is. Let me warn you, Zheng Yi, that young man your son had offended is not someone the Zheng family can afford to offend, much less my Bai family. What? Someone even my family cannot offend. The frown on Zheng Yi's face sank even further down. There is nobody that my Zheng family cannot handle. We may be ranked 5th in the legacy ranking, but our influence surpasses even the 3rd rank. Suit yourself, and don't even bother trying to ask me for information on that person. I don't feel like offending him, so if you'll excuse me, I have other business that I need to attend. Don't you dare run away from. Bai Meng Yao ignored him and closed the video call. What a pain in the ass. However, this is a good opportunity to see just how powerful this player Yuan is. He may be powerful in cultivation online, but the real world is a whole different game. Will he be able to deal with the Zheng family like how Head dealt with the Cultivators Association? Bai Meng Yao kind of hoped that Yuan would get pushed into a corner by the Zheng family, so that his Bai family could come to his rescue and make him owe their family. Sometime later, the Bai family contacted White Lotus to notify her of the situation. Understand. I will warn him. After closing the line, White Lotus said to Yuan, it appears that the Zheng family had tried to pressure my family. Is your family okay? He asked. For now, Yes, but there's a good chance that the Zheng family will continue to harass my family until we compromise. My family also told me to warn you that the Zheng family will be coming after you as well. Visit Rieadl. Me for extra chapters. Why am I not surprised? Yuan shook his head. Knowing the Zheng family, they will go after your friends and family if they learn of your true identity as you Tion. However, only very few higher-ups in my family, myself and Jasmine, know that. White Lotus said, honestly, I don't care even if they find out about my identity. I will even be grateful to them if they cause trouble to the Yu family. Yuan chuckled. What about you, Ro? White Lotus looked at him with raised eyebrows. Your faction will protect her, right? Of course. I swear on my name and reputation as the leader of the faction that no harm will come to your sister, Ro. She immediately responded. Yuan smiled and said, thank you. But if they really target Ro, your faction won't have the chance to protect her, as I will destroy the entire Zheng family before they can even act. White Lotus swallowed nervously after seeing how Yuan spoke about crushing the Zheng family so causally. It was almost like the Zheng family couldn't even be considered ants in his eyes. Just how powerful are you, Yuan? White Lotus sighed inwardly. Their group continued to wander the city without a care in the world, almost like their trouble with the Zheng family was non-existent. At the end of the day, they returned back to the hotel. I couldn't find a birthday present for you, Ro, today, even though we looked at many stores. Meishio sighed. Don't worry, you still have tomorrow. Chu Yoxiang said to her. I guess. Shortly after returning to the hotel, White Lotus invited them for dinner, which they accepted. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 9, 61. Published at 8th of May, 2022, 4:57 and 26 seconds p.m. Chapter 961. 961. If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 961. Nightmare in broad daylight. Wow, it's like a whole different world up here at night. Chu Yoxiang stared at the city from the roof of the hotel as they waited for the food to arrive. The Dragon Spiral Mountain may have much better spiritual energy, but it cannot compare to this place when it comes to scenery. You're free to move to this hotel if you want, White Lotus said in a joking voice. Dinner lasted for about an hour and a half. Afterward, everyone retired in their own room. I will see you all tomorrow, White Lotus said to them. Yes, good night. After a quick shower, Yuan entered the massive bed that could easily fit 6 people and laid there. It's been a while since I've slept alone in a bed. Yuan realized this fact very quickly. Inside Chu Luxiang's room, she stared at the cold, empty bed and sighed. I've gotten too comfortable sleeping with Yuan that I'd forgotten how it feels sleeping alone. Meanwhile, White Lotus received a phone call from her family. What's the situation now? White Lotus' father, by Meng Yao, asked. We just finished dinner and the guests are resting in their room, she said. How is Yuan? He's doing great. It's almost like the incident this morning with Zheng Weimin never happened for him. I see. What about you? How do you feel after spending an entire day with him? Let me hear your impressions. Yuan is a very charming young man. I can tell that he's a genuinely kind person. He's also very humble considering his reputation. I would have never guessed that he was player Yuan if I didn't already know it beforehand. However, I have to admit, he's also a little scary, especially when angered. He's someone that I wouldn't want to offend. Bai Meng Yao suddenly started laughing behind the phone. What a surprise. To think that my daughter, who has always disliked men, would have such a high impression on this young man. White Lotus blushed after hearing her father's words. A few moments later, Bai Meng Yao stopped laughing and spoke in a serious voice. I'm glad that you like him. However, the real question is, when will you make your move on him? White Lotus turned silent for a moment before speaking. I think it's a little too early. The slower you move, the more time you give others. I know, but I really don't think I should move now. The 2 women Yuan brought with him. They're both incredibly beautiful and charming young ladies, and despite acting like they're only friends with each other, I have no doubt that they're his lovers. It wouldn't be a wise choice for me to invade their territory at this moment. In fact, I will most likely need their approval before I can join them. If I force myself into their relationship, it would only have a negative effect. Ban Mingyao took several moments to ponder about White Lotus' words. Fine, you don't have to seduce him now. However, don't wait too long. Yes, father. White Lotus released a deep sigh after hanging up the phone, feeling immense pressure on her shoulders. Although I don't mind having you on as my partner, can I even seduce someone like him? Do I have what it takes to accept the fact that there will be other women in his life? The thought of sharing my husband with other women has never even crossed my mind. This is ridiculous. Panda novel, White Lotus proceeded to ponder her situation for the rest of the night. The following morning, after eating breakfast, Yuan and the others left the hotel for another day of touring the city. I really hope that I find a present for Yuro today. Meishio sighed inwardly as they walked from shop to shop. After touring the city for the whole morning, White Lotus suggested to them, "Let's get some lunch. I know of the perfect restaurant, and it's only a few blocks away from this place." "That's a good idea." Yuan nodded. "Visit Riedel. Me for extra chapters. Let's go." The other two also agreed. "Great. Follow me." On their way to the restaurant, White Lotus would talk about her previous experience there. Halfway there, right as they reached the end of the street and was stopped by the red traffic light, Yuan suddenly started having a bad feeling, almost as though his intuition was warning him. Trusting his guts, Yuan decided to expand his divine sense until it covered the entire street. That's when he noticed a black van driving towards their street. Yuan didn't think too much of this black van at first, but the feeling in his guts got more uncomfortable as the black van got closer to their location. A few moments later, right as the traffic lights turned green, the black van stopped right in the middle of the crosswalk with its side facing Yuan and the others. "Watch out!" Yuan suddenly shouted. Right as Yuan's voice resounded, loud banging sounds filled the streets, and hundreds of small holes would appear on the side of the van that was facing his direction within seconds. There were multiple people in the black van, and they were all shooting at Yuan's group from inside the van with deadly assault rifles. Chaos immediately ensued, and the people in the street started scrambling to safety. White Lotus and the others subconsciously tried to dodge the incoming bullets, but they quickly realized that something was preventing them from moving. "Don't move," Yuan shouted as he held his hands in front of him, using his chi manifestation to create a wall of spiritual energy in front of them, protecting them from the bullets. Of course, he was also responsible for restricting their movements. The bullets that touched Yuan's invisible wall would get caught in his spiritual energy, making it seem like time had stopped for the bullets. However, despite this, bullets continued to fly without mercy, turning the street into a war zone. Yuan gritted his teeth in frustration. As much as he wanted to use his flying dagger to retaliate, he did not dare to split his focus, putting all of his attention on defense and the wall before them, which was the only thing preventing the bullets from riddling their bodies with holes. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 962, published at 8th of May, 2022, 4:57 and 24 seconds p.m. Chapter 962. 962 if audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Chapter 962. Assassination attempt. The sound of powerful guns blazing through bullets continued non-stop for another minute until the people in the black van eventually ran out of bullets. "We're out. Let's get the fuck out of here." The people in the black van didn't even bother to check whether their targets had survived before stepping on the gas and speeding away from the crime scene. However, Yuan didn't dare to remove the wall until he was absolutely sure that the threat had completely vanished. "Are you guys okay?" Yuan turned around to ask the three terrified ladies standing behind him with shivering legs. "I'm okay," White Lotus muttered in a trembling voice. "I'm fine as well," Chu Liuxiang said. "Me too," Meishio said. "Meishio, you're totally not fine. Look at your arm. It's bleeding. Chu Liuxiang suddenly said in a panicked voice and pointed to her left arm, where blood could be seen flowing from a wound. Oh, you're right. Meisho looked at her arm and said in a calm voice. After inspecting the wound, she continued, I'm fine, it's just a graze. How can you be so calm about this? You just got shot. Chu Liuxiang was dumbfounded by her reaction. Anyways, what in God's name was that just now? It was most likely the Zheng family trying to exact revenge. I don't have any proof, but they're the only ones who have a motive. White Lotus sighed. Even if they want revenge, to think they'd go this far. This is unforgivable. She looked at the destruction caused by the shooting just now. Fortunately, there were no deaths. However, some people there were injured in the process of trying to run away, and the buildings behind their group were riddled with bullets. Everyone there turned to look at Yuan, who was awfully silent for some reason, but that only made the ladies even more nervous. Meisho and Chu Liuxiang suddenly recalled what happened with the Gu family when they threatened to hurt them. However, this incident was many times worse than the Gu family, and Meisho even got physically hurt in the process, so they cannot even begin to imagine what was going through Yuan's head. Are you okay, Yuan? White Lotus decided to ask him. To their surprise, he nodded and spoke in an abnormally calm voice. Yes, I am just relieved that you're safe. Let's return to the hotel and get your wound treated, Meisho. Okay. As they made their way back to the hotel, police sirens could be heard blaring in almost every street. Yes, that really just happened. White Lotus spoke to her father through the phone as they walked, notifying him of the horror they'd just experienced. That fucking Zheng family. How dare they try to assassinate you guys? They have crossed the line 1,000 times. Don't worry, I will make sure they are held accountable for their actions. I'm just really glad that none of you are hurt. By the way, has Yuan said anything about the situation? Bai Mengyao suddenly asked. And no, he's awfully quiet, nor has he spoken a word since we left. White Lotus answered in a whispering voice. That doesn't sound very good. Do whatever you can to comfort him. I understand. After hanging up the phone, Bai Mengyao called the Zheng family and demanded for Zheng Yi to pick up the phone. I'm sorry, Mr. Bai, but Mr. Zheng is currently busy. I don't give a fuck if he's busy. I want him to answer the phone, even if he's screwing his wife as we speak. If I don't hear from him within the next 5 minutes, I will literally shoot up your fucking headquarters. Please calm down, Mr. Baidi. Panda novel by Mengyao hung up and waited for his phone to ring. As expected, Zheng Yi video called him 3 minutes later. For you to threaten my family with harm, you better have a good reason, by Mengyao, or you will be hearing from my lawyers. You dare to act like you don't know anything. Your Zheng family just tried to assassinate my daughter. Visit Readle. Me for extra chapters. What? Zheng Yi frowned upon hearing this, showing legit confusion. Hold your horses, by Mengyao. That is a serious accusation. I don't know what happened, but our Zheng family was not involved. You don't know what happened? Bullshit. Turn on the TV, and look at the news. Zheng Yi turned on his TV the next moment. It didn't take long for him to learn of the shooting, as it was being covered by literally every news channel out there. About half an hour ago, a mass shooting had occurred at. Over 1,000 bullets had been fired. Miraculously, nobody was killed. You're claiming that my Zheng family had something to do with this shooting? That's absurd. We would never do something like this. As if I could believe your words. Only your Zheng family has a motive. This is defamation. Slander. Do you have any proof that it was my Zheng family that is behind the shooting? The only proof I need is your Zheng family's dog's hit reputation. In the entire legacy ranking, your family is the worst. Huh. You'll need more than that bullshit to do anything to us. Go ahead and sue us. I dare you. Bai Mengyao suddenly started laughing. What's so damn funny? You think this is funny? You damn fool, Bai Mengyao roared. I purposefully kept this a secret because I wanted your family to mess with him a little, but I truly did not expect for you to do something this daring. You guys truly went above and beyond. However, I am also at fault. Due to my selfish decision, my daughter was nearly assassinated. What the hell are you talking about? Zheng Yi frowned, as he had a bad feeling about by Minjio's words. Listen carefully, Zheng Yi, the young man who trashed your useless son. The person your family just tried to assassinate today is none other than Player Yuan. The same Yuan your family is so desperately trying to recruit. Bai Mingyao revealed the truth to him. What? Zheng Yi cried out loud, not daring to believe his ears. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 963, published at 9th of May, 2022, 2:09 and 9 seconds p.m. Chapter 963. 963 if audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 963. The real culprit that young man who beat my son was Player Yuan. Impossible. I won't fall for this. Zheng Yi was in denial. However, inside his mind, he started recalling a certain rumor that White Lotus had managed to contact Player Yuan in. I don't care if you believe it or not. However, it is a fact that your family had just tried to assassinate Player Yuan. If the other families learn of this, nobody will dare to stay by your side. Bai Mingyao shouted. Stop. I swear on my ancestors' graves that our Zheng family had nothing to do with the assassination. Do you really think that I would do something as blatant and reckless as shooting up a street in broad daylight? Bai Mingyao frowned, and he started wondering if the Zheng family had truly called in the assassination on Yuan. Anyways, do not bother me or my family again until you have concrete proof that it was my family who ordered the hit. And if you dare spread such rumors, I will sue you for slander. Zheng Yi closed the video call shortly after and started pacing back and forth his room with a panicked expression on his face. He was telling the truth when he claimed that he had nothing to do with the assassination attempt, but he had a feeling that he knew the true culprit behind this madness. He eventually picked up his phone and called his son, Zheng Weiman. Hello. Zheng Weiman picked up the phone after a few rings. You crazy bastard. What have you done? Tell me you are not behind a shooting this afternoon. Zheng Yi's voice was so loud that it dazed Zheng Weiman. However, to his surprise, Zheng Weiman spoke in a calm voice. Huh? They already got to work? What a pleasant surprise. I really thought it would take at least a few days. Why you? Are you serious? Zheng Yi could feel his legs giving out on him after hearing his son's words. Yes, I am. I was the one who ordered the hit on that bastard, so what? This will teach White Lotus what will happen if she dares to approach any man that is not me. Zheng Weiman laughed out loud. This bastard's gone insane. Did he hit his head during his fight with Yuan? Zheng Yi cried inwardly. He always knew that his son was a crazy bastard, but even he couldn't have anticipated that his son would be crazy enough to hire assassins. I have underestimated him. This is bad. Really bad. Don't worry, father, Zheng Yi suddenly said. I made sure there were no traces or evidence of my involvement, so they won't be able to hold us accountable. Zheng Yi sighed out loud and said, Have you seen the news? No, I haven't. Why? Zheng Yi asked in a puzzled voice. There were no deaths. In other words, your assassination attempt has failed. What? How is that possible? I told them to use the strongest firearms they have available. Not even a spirit master cultivator could survive such firepower. Well, not only did they survive, but White Lotus was also there at the time of the attack, so you almost had your beloved assassinated alongside the man you're trying to kill. What? I gave those bastards specific instructions to not attack when White Lotus is near the target. Those useless bastards. I paid them a hefty fee, too. Zheng Weiman cursed out loud. Since White Lotus was in a disguise, the attackers did not recognize her, but Zheng Weiman wasn't aware of this fact. Zheng Yi sighed, and he proceeded to ask, Do you even know the identity of the man who you just tried to have assassinated today? His identity doesn't matter. Since he dared to offend me, he's a dead man. Player Yuan. That man was Player Yuan. Do you have any idea what this means? Zheng Yi suddenly yelled. What? Zheng Weiman muttered in a dazed voice, seemingly having difficulties comprehending what had just heard. I really hope you didn't leave any evidence behind. If I learn that you've screwed up, I will, without hesitation, kick you out of the family and disown you. Visit Riedel. Me for extra chapters. Be but father. So what if he's player you on? He's just a nobody who got lucky in cultivation online. Do you have any idea how many families within the legacy rankings are looking to curry favors with this nobody? If they learn that you tried to assassinate Yuan, they will definitely side with him to destroy us. I'm done talking with you. However, let me give you one more piece of advice as your father. Hide. Don't show your face until all of this calms down. Zheng Yi disconnected the line and tossed his phone at the wall, smashing it into pieces. Fuck. That fucking crazy bastard. Meanwhile, Zheng Weimin sat on his bed with a dazed look on his face. So he was player Yuan all along. It all makes sense now. No wonder why she dared to fight back. However, none of that matters. They cannot touch me without proof. As for those assassins, even if they have failed their first attempt, they will continue to try until they fulfill our contract. Zheng Weimin quickly stopped caring about the situation, as he was confident that he would not get in any trouble for his actions. After all, there were rules and regulations in this world, and being in the top 5 of the legacy rankings, these regulations were in his favor regardless if he was in the right or wrong. I don't care if you're player Yuan. Come get me if you can. Ha ha ha. Zheng Weimin laughed like a madman inside his room. Back at the hotel, White Lotus had the entire hotel secured by her guards so that not even a rat could enter or leave the premises. They were basically in lockdown. Meanwhile, Meisho had her wound inspected and treated by a professional. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 964. Published at 9th of May, 2022, 2:09 and 7 seconds p.m. Chapter 964. 964 if audio player doesn't work. Press stop then play button again. Chapter 964. Take me to the Zheng family. Luckily, the bullet only grazed your skin. I also checked your blood, just in case they laced the bullets with poison. The results were negative. You'll heal in a few days. The doctor said to Meisho after inspecting her grazed wound. Will this injury leave a scar? Meisho asked the doctor. Since you're a cultivator, it will only last for a bit. It will eventually disappear completely, but I will prescribe you with some healing cream, just in case. I see. Thank you. Meisho nodded. Once the doctor left, and they were alone, Chu Liuxiang spoke. What should we do now? Yu Rao's birthday is tomorrow, and the concert will be held in public. If we don't deal with the situation before then, they could attack during the concert. Is there anything we can do to the Zheng family? She looked at White Lotus, who shook her head. Unfortunately, we don't have any concrete proof that the Zheng family was the one behind the attack. My father spoke to the head of the Zheng family, and according to what he told me, Zheng Yi doesn't appear to have anything to do with the attack. I also highly doubt they would leave behind any evidence that incriminates them. So, there's nothing we can do about it? Meisho asked with a worried frown on her face. Not legally, no. White Lotus sighed. We could try to look for the people in a black van, but we're still investigating that. The entire Bai family is currently working with the police and investigators, but even with such a force, it will probably be a few days until we can learn anything. We don't have the luxury to wait that long. Yuan suddenly spoke. Do you have something in mind? White Lotus asked him. He nodded and said, Meisho, Lulu, I want the two of you to stay in this room together until I resolve our situation. It won't take too long, I promise. What are you going to do? Meisho asked him in a worried voice. I'm going to get the evidence we need to deal with whoever decided it was a good idea to put you all in such a dangerous situation, he calmly said. Yuan approached Meisho and caressed the bandage on her arm, where she had been injured from the attack. The person who caused this will wish that they'd never been born. Even though his voices were as tranquil as still water in a lake, the ladies could feel the anger boiling within, and it was only a matter of time before it exploded, causing the water to splash everywhere. Meisho suddenly grabbed his hands and spoke. Yuan, I know you're angry and that you're doing this for us, but please don't do anything that will hurt you. I won't. I promise. Yuan showed her a gentle smile. He then faced White Lotus and said, "Can you do me a favor?" "Oh, of course." She immediately nodded. "Let's go." Yuan started making his way towards the exit. "Don't do anything that you will regret later, Yuan. I know that you care about our safety, but don't forget that we also care about yours." Chu Yoxiang shouted as he reached the door. "I know," he responded as he left the room. "I want guards inside and outside of this room at all times until we return. Make sure no harm comes to our guests." White Lotus said to Jasmine, "What about you, Miss Bai?" "I will be fine," White Lotus said as she glanced at Yuan. "I understand. I will make sure the guests are protected, even if it's the last thing I do." Jasmine nodded. "Please take care of Miss Bai." She turned to face Yuan and bowed to him. Sometime later, White Lotus followed Yuan to the roof of the hotel. Yuan continued walking until he was standing at the edge of the building. Visit Readel. Me for extra chapters. After standing there in silence for a couple of minutes, he suddenly asked, "Where is the Zheng family?" The Zheng family's headquarters is located in another city, but they have a branch family that is about an hour outside the city. Although you won't find the head of the family, Zheng Yi, there, you should be able to find Zheng Weiman. That is good enough. He then asked, "Do you mind showing me the way? I promise you that no harm will come to you. I will also owe you." "I don't mind, and you don't have to owe me anything. You saved my life today. I should be the one with the debt," she said. "The only reason you guys were put in such a dangerous situation was because of me. I was their target. You guys just happened to be with me at the time of the attack. If you don't mind me asking, what are you going to do once we meet the Zheng family? I doubt they will tell us the truth, even if we threaten them." After a moment of silence, Yuan spoke in a low but clear voice. "I don't know what I'm going to do to them, but I know that it won't be very pretty." White Lotus swallowed nervously. "Do you plan on killing them all?" "Don't worry. The Bai family will protect you no matter your decision." Yuan turned to look at her with a profound smile on his face, but he did not respond to her question. After a moment of silence, he spoke in a cold voice as he took off his sunglasses, revealing the red eyes that had been concealed by the shades. "That would be too lenient on the bastards that attacked us. I won't kill them, but I will make them wish that they were dead." White Lotus' eyes widened with shock, and her body trembled in fear when she saw Yuan's crimson eyes that looked like it had been dyed in blood, not to mention intense killing intent that was contained within his gaze. However, mixed in with her fear was awe, as she was also oddly charmed by his presence. Although she wasn't certain, she had a feeling that Yuan was looking at her through his eyes as of this moment. Yuan lifted his arm and gestured for her. "Take me to the Zheng family. It's our turn to surprise them." "Yes." White Lotus responded in a low voice before grabbing his hand and flying into the air with him, her heart throbbing with excitement. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 965. Published at 10th of May, 2022, 5:09 and 9 seconds a.m. Chapter 965. 965 if audio player doesn't work. Press stop, then play button again. Chapter 965. Regaining his vision as they made their way towards the Zheng family, White Lotus couldn't help but stare at Yuan's handsome face and beautiful crimson eyes that resembled jewels. "Yuan, your eyes. What happened?" She couldn't resist her urge to ask him. "I'm not really sure. After seeing Meishio getting hurt from the assault, I felt something being released within me, and before I knew it, I regained my vision." "Huh? So you're no longer blind?" White Lotus muttered in a dumbfounded voice. "For now. Who knows how long this would last? Maybe you'll return to being blind after a few hours." Yuan turned to look at White Lotus' beautiful face and pale complexion. "Even though I can see the world clearer and in more details with divine sense, there's just something unique about viewing the world with my eyes," he said with a smile. "It's unfortunate that I had regained my vision during this time when I am unable to enjoy it. His smile quickly turned bitter. White Lotus suddenly lowered her head and tightened her hold around his neck. My life flashed before my eyes earlier today. I have never had such a close near-death experience before. Not even in. Honestly, I've been in worse situations. However, I have never felt scared in those situations. It was different today. I was terrified, but not for myself. I was scared that I would lose one of you, and it was a close call. The bullet that grazed Meisho could have killed any of us. Fortunately, that did not happen. You really care about Meisho and Chu Liuxiang. I'm envious. White Lotus suddenly sighed. I care about you too, you know, he said, taking her by surprise. Really? Even though we've just met each other? Of course. He nodded. Thank you. White Lotus mumbled as she lowered her head even more to prevent Yuan from seeing the expression on her face. About half an hour later, White Lotus pointed at the large mansion located at the horizon and said, Over there, that's our destination. Yuan nodded and flew directly towards the mansion. Once they landed near the mansion, Yuan stepped in front of White Lotus and said, Stay behind me, no matter what. Okay. She nodded. Yuan summoned both Empyrean Overlord and Starry Abyss before approaching the mansion. There were guards pacing around the mansion, and all of them were carrying fully loaded assault rifles. Are they usually this tight with security? Not even banks are this heavily guarded. Yuan asked her. No, this isn't normal. White Lotus shook her head. Then they must be really afraid of something. Yuan smiled. Follow me. He walked out of the shadows with White Lotus behind him. Halt! The guards there immediately noticed him and pointed their guns at his direction without any hesitation. Identify yourself. What are you doing here? Let me handle this, White Lotus said. Lianhua, we're here to speak with Zheng Weiman. The guards recognized her name and face. Zheng Weiman is not here. One of the guards said. You're lying, Yuan said, as he could sense Zheng Weiman's presence within the mansion. I will give you two choices. Get Zheng Weiman out here for me, or I will go inside to meet him myself. And I will give you one choice. Get lost before we fill your body with bullet holes. Yuan closed his eyes and took a deep breath. The next moment, one of the guards suddenly screamed in pain, startling the others. When they turned to look at him, they saw that his hands had suddenly been severed by something sharp. What happened? However, before they could even make sense of what was happening, the invisible starry abyss honed in on its next target. Whoosh! Visit Riedel. Me for extra chapters. Yeah, my hands. Another guard had his hand severed. Then another. And another. In less than a minute, Yuan had disarmed all of the guards there by severing their hands with the starry abyss. White Lotus swallowed nervously after seeing the brutal scenery. The guards were all screaming in pain as blood gushed from their grievous wounds. Let's go, Yuan said with a nonchalant face as he started walking towards the entrance. After smashing the doors with a single kick, Yuan entered the building with White Lotus. However, the moment they took a step inside the building, the guards that had been waiting inside ambushed them, shooting their guns without hesitation. Hundreds of bullets flew at Yuan every second, resembling the situation earlier this afternoon, but with more noise and chaos, as there were more people shooting their guns at him. However, there was one more difference. Yuan was prepared for the attack this time. While he used Qi manifestation to create a wall around him and White Lotus, he also controlled the Starry Abyss to take down the shooters one at a time. Since the shooters were spread out and most of them were focused on shooting Yuan, they failed to notice what was happening until it was too late, and everyone there had their hands and arms severed. He's not killing them. Is he saving it for Zheng Weiman? White Lotus noticed this and wondered to herself. Are you okay? Yuan turned around and asked her in a calm voice. Why, yes. She nodded in a dazed manner. Good. Then let's continue. Yuan proceeded to follow Zheng Weiman's presence in the mansion. They would encounter guards at every turn, but Yuan easily took care of them. Meanwhile, inside Zheng Weiman's room. What the fuck is going on out there? Zheng Weiman asked the guards in his room. We have intruders. Two of them, a man and a woman. The guard said, It's just two intruders. There are hundreds of you, all equipped with heavy firearms. Why the fuck am I still hearing gunshots after so long? Are they all shooting at the sky or something? Zheng Weimin cried out loud. I don't know. Even I am puzzled, the guard shook his head. Fuck, you're all so fucking useless. Zheng Weimin gritted his teeth in frustration. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 966. Published at 10th of May, 2022, 5:09 and 8 seconds a.m. Chapter 966. 966 if audio player doesn't work. Press stop then play button again. Chapter 966. Punishing Zheng Weimin. Don't worry, young master. We will protect you with our lives. The guards in the room said to him. No fucking shit. If I die, my father will kill all of you. Zheng Weimin shouted. One of the guards' walkie-talkie suddenly activated. Help. This guy's a monster. We cannot deal with him. A terrified voice resounded from the walkie-talkie. Give me that. Zheng Weimin gestured for the walkie-talkie. Once it was in his hands, he shouted, This is Zheng Weimin. What is happening out there? However, the guard did not respond. Hello. Hey, answer me. After another moment of silence, the walkie-talkie connected again. He can't hear you because he's unconscious. Probably due to blood loss, but I'm no expert. He might even be dead. A familiar voice resounded from the walkie-talkie. However, Zheng Weimin did not immediately recognize the voice. Who are you? You've already forgotten about me? It hasn't been that long since you tried to kill me. Yuan said in a calm voice. Why, you're that bastard from the roof. I have no idea what you're talking about. I never tried to kill you. What evidence do you have? Zheng Weimin finally realized who he was speaking to, and his body became soaked in cold sweat. Evidence? I don't have any. Then why the fuck are you creating a scene at my house? They'll have you arrested for your actions. I may not have any evidence now, but I will get some soon. They'll see you in a bit. Yuan crushed the walkie-talkie and continued making his way to Zheng Weimin's room. This fucking bastard. Zheng Weimin tossed the walkie-talkie at the wall in a fit of rage. Shortly after their conversation ended, Zheng Weimin could hear the gunshots getting closer and closer to his room, pushing him towards the edge of having a mental breakdown. Meanwhile, there were 12 guards inside his room, all of them pointing their guns at the door with their fingers on the trigger. 10 minutes later, Yuan and White Lotus arrived at the hallway that contained Zheng Weimin's room. There are 13 people inside that room, one of them being Zheng Weimin. Stand back, Yuan said to her. White Lotus nodded and took a few steps back. Yuan held the Empyrean Overlord like a javelin and took a deep breath. Whoosh! He tossed the Empyrean Overlord, sending it flying through the hallway. Bang! The Empyrean Overlord smashed through the metal doors at the end of the hallway, revealing the terrified faces inside the room. Open fire! The leader of the guard shouted. Hundreds of bullets traveled the hallway until they reached Yuan, but they all stopped moving in front of him. What the fuck? The guards were shocked by what they were witnessing. Move out of the way. One of the guards there suddenly stepped forward and aimed a rocket launcher at Yuan. Yuan, watch out. White Lotus was terrified when she saw the RPG-7. Too late. The guard pressed the trigger, shooting the rocket at Yuan. However, before it could even get anywhere near Yuan, the rocket exploded, blowing up half of the hallway and even some of the guards. What just happened? The guards that survived the explosion were dumbfounded. Unbeknownst to them, Yuan had destroyed the rocket with the starry abyss. My arms! One of the guards there suddenly screamed in pain as both his limbs suddenly separated from his body. The other guard were terrified when they saw this, especially when none of them saw what had caused it. Soon, every guard in the room had their hands and even entire arms severed by the invisible starry abyss. Zheng Weimin stared at the nightmarish scene before him with a horrified look on his face. Why, you're not human. You're a fucking demon. Get away from me. Zheng Weimin started crying when Yuan entered the room with White Lotus behind him. White Lotus looked at Zheng Weimin's terrible appearance in silence. This is the result of offending player Yuan. It's much worse than what ID imagined. She sighed inwardly. What's wrong? You look like shit. Yuan approached Zheng Weimin, who had backed all the way up to the corner of a wall. Get away from me. You will regret doing this to me. What are you going to do? Report me to the police? Where's your evidence? I have plenty of evidence and witnesses. Zheng Weimin shouted. If I kill all of you and destroy this place, there won't be any more evidence. Yuan showed him a cold smile. Visit Riedel. Me for extra chapters. Why you wouldn't dare? I am innocent. I never try to kill. Ah? Zheng Weimin suddenly screamed out loud, his voice filled with pain. Tell me again that you're innocent. Yuan spoke in a nonchalant voice as he removed his hand from Zheng Weimin's shoulder after crushing his bones. Zheng Weimin gritted his teeth and spoke in a low voice. I really don't know what you're talking. Yuan crushed the rest of his arm with qi manifestation. The pain of having every bone in his right arm being crushed was so intense that Zheng Weimin fell unconscious. However, Yuan would wake him back up by breaking one of his legs by stomping on it. I can do this all day, Yuan said to him in a calm voice, almost as though he's done this thousands of times before. Give up, Zheng Weimin. It's over for you. White Lotus sighed. No, I am really innocent. Please, believe me. Zheng Weimin continued to claim his innocence despite the situation. Yuan narrowed his eyes at Zheng Weimin. If physical pain isn't enough, after pondering for a moment, he turned to White Lotus and asked her, Hey, this may be sudden, but have you ever kissed before? Although she was taken by surprise by his question, White Lotus shook her head, no, I see. Yuan approached her the following moment. What are you doing? Zheng Weimin stared at him with wide eyes. Once he was standing in front of White Lotus, Yuan suddenly wrapped his arms around her waist and pulled her soft body into his embrace. White Lotus was baffled by the sudden turn of events, but she didn't resist it. Do you mind if I become your first? Yuan asked her with a profound expression on his face. You bastard! Zheng Weimin roared out loud. White Lotus realized what Yuan was trying to do now, and she couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. However, this is exactly the type of situation she and her family wanted, so she didn't complain. It will be my pleasure to have you as my first. White Lotus nodded with a bashful smile before lifting her head and closing her eyes. And no, stop it. Don't you dare. I swear I will kill you if you do it, Yuan. Zheng Weimin shouted as blood in the form of tears began flowing from his eyes. Yuan looked at Zheng Weimin with a mocking gaze before turning to focus on White Lotus, who had a flushed face at this moment. He gently held her chin with his hand, and he slowly pressed his lips against hers, kissing her. Yuan. Zheng Weimin could feel his heart being torn into countless pieces after witnessing the love of his life being stolen by his enemy before his very eyes. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 967, published at 12th of May, 2022, 9:27 and 10 seconds a.m., Chapter 967. 967 if audio player doesn't work. Press stop, then play button again, Chapter 967. It's just a kiss. I will kill you. I will kill you. I will kill you. Yuan. Zheng Weimin shouted like a beast that had its children murdered before its eyes. After kissing White Lotus, Yuan turned to look at Zheng Weimin's pathetic appearance and spoke. Why are you so mad? It's just a kiss. And I don't recall White Lotus ever being your woman. Shut up. White Lotus is mine. My woman. How dare you defile her with your dirty mouth? Yuan narrowed his eyes on Zheng Weimin before speaking. They'll do much more than just a kiss if you don't tell me the truth. What are you talking about? Zheng Weimin's eyes widened with shock. Yuan turned to look at White Lotus and asked her, Do you want to become my woman? I'll make you my woman right here and right now. You bastard. Don't you dare. Zheng Weimin stared at them with bloodshot eyes. If gazes could kill, Zheng Weimin would be able to kill even immortals with his intense gaze. Yuan suddenly hugged White Lotus and whispered in her ears, "Don't worry, I won't actually do anything to you." White Lotus sighed inwardly. "I wouldn't mind it even if you were for real." She then spoke in a genuine tone. "I am willing. If you want me to be your woman, both my body and heart are yours." To Yuan's surprise, White Lotus suddenly dragged him to the bed in the room and started loosening his clothes. She then looked at Zheng Weimin and continued, "You have made my life miserable for many years with your harassment. Today, I will prove to you and the world that I am not your woman." She returned to looking at Yuan and gave him a seductive wink. Before Yuan could react, White Lotus pulled his body on top of hers and started kissing him again, this time more passionately. While they kissed, White Lotus began loosening her clothes as well. "Stop. I admit it. I was the one who ordered the hit on you. I was wrong." Zheng Weimin could no longer endure the mental torture and admitted to his crimes. However, White Lotus didn't seem to have any intention of stopping, mostly because she was too focused to hear Zheng Weimin's voice. "Why aren't you stopping? I have already confessed." "He's already confessed. Let's stop here," Yuan said to White Lotus before slipping away from her hold and getting off the bed. White Lotus was reluctant, but she had no choice but to end the fun there. After fixing their clothes, White Lotus asked, "What are you going to do to him now? Turn him to the authorities?" Yuan narrowed his eyes on Zheng Weimin, who was lying on the floor with a half-dead look on his face. "As long as he's alive, he will try to take revenge again. It may not happen tomorrow or even 10 years from now, but I'm not going to take any chances." Yuan spoke in a cold voice. "Kill me if you want. I will haunt you for the rest of your life," Zheng Weimin mumbled in a low voice. "How did you contact the assassins?" He then asked, "If you're trying to call off the hit on you, then you can give up. They won't stop until their target is dead, even if it takes 100 years." Zheng Weimin chuckled. Yuan went to take Zheng Weimin's cell phone and laptop a moment later. "Let's go," he then said. "Huh? Where are we going? Aren't you going to kill him?" White Lotus was baffled when Yuan started walking out of the room. However, Yuan didn't respond to her until they were both outside the mansion. "Are you really going to forgive him?" "No, I am not," he said in a calm voice as he faced the mansion and summoned the Empyrean Overlord. "Take 20 steps back," he then said. White Lotus didn't question him and distanced herself from him. Visit Readel. Me for extra chapters. Once she was far enough, Yuan took a deep breath and gathered his spiritual energy. Heaven-splitting sword strike. Yuan released the heaven-splitting sword strike that contained about 90% of his strength. A massive beam of light consumed the mansion and everyone within. Boom! The mansion disappeared instantly, alongside over 3 miles of the wilderness behind the mansion. In no way, White Lotus fell to her knees upon witnessing the destruction caused by the heavenly splitting sword strike. With such power, he could easily wipe an entire city off the map. She cried inwardly. This will not only erase the evidence of our involvement, but it will also serve as a warning to the Zheng family, Yuan said in a calm voice. White Lotus swallowed nervously. After erasing the mansion, Yuan turned to face White Lotus and offered his hand to help her stand back up. Thank you. I'm really sorry." He suddenly sighed. "Huh? Why are you apologizing? I took advantage of you today just to get back at Zheng Weimin, and I even took away your first kiss. I'm truly sorry." Yuan lowered his head and apologized again. It's fine." White Lotus started waving her hand in a flustered manner. "As you'd said, it's just a kiss. I'm not so immature and innocent to care about something like that. And to tell you the truth, I wasn't lying when I said that I wanted you to be my first. However, if you wish to take responsibility and make me your woman, I won't object to it." White Lotus spoke in a teasing voice, yet her face was flushed with redness. Let's continue this conversation another time. I'm sure this place will be flooded with police soon, and we still have to deal with the assassins Zheng Weimin hired. All right, then let us return to the hotel and see if Zheng Weimin had left any clues behind. White Lotus nodded. Yuan carried White Lotus into the air and disappeared from the scene shortly after, returning to the hotel. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 968. Published at 12th of May, 2022, 9:27 and 9 seconds a.m. Chapter 968. 968 if audio player doesn't work. Press stop then play button again. Chapter 968. Unknown weapon of mass destruction. After Yuan and White Lotus left the scene, helicopters and police cars flooded the place that used to be Zheng family's branch family. They were all stunned by the destruction there, and nobody there could imagine the kind of weapon that caused this mess. What in God's name happened here? Even a railgun would not be able to cause such destruction. Is this a new type of weapon? What could have transpired here that requires such immense power? Hey, isn't this the location of the Zheng family's mansion? I believe their oldest son, Zheng Weimin, lives here. Huh? Are you sure this is the right place? Yes, I am certain that the Zheng family had a mansion here. No way. Does that mean, as somebody get in touch with the Zheng family? This is an emergency. The investigators were shocked to learn that a mansion used to exist in this place. Sometime later, Zheng Yi learned of the situation. What the fuck do you mean my family's mansion have disappeared? Where's my son, Zheng Weimin? Is he okay? I'm sorry, but we do not have any information on your son, but we are looking for him as we speak. Turn on the television. You should see for yourself the situation here, the head investigator said to him. Zheng Yi quickly turned on the television with a heavy heart. You have got to be fucking kidding me. Zheng Yi nearly fell out of his seat after seeing the situation. About 20 minutes ago, an unknown weapon of mass destruction had detonated in this place, erasing over 1,000 acres of land. The authorities are still trying to figure out what happened here. If you have any information, please call them at. To think 2 horrifying incidents would occur in this city in such a short time. Just what on earth is happening? Could this be the work of terrorists? As you can see, Mr. Zheng, if your son had been inside or anywhere near the mansion at the time of the incident, it is very unlikely that he would have survived. No. I told my son to leave that place when I spoke with him earlier today. He should still be out there somewhere. Zheng Yi held on to the hope that Zheng Weimin had listened to his advice to go into hiding. I want the bastard who did this to be found. Rest assured, Mr. Zheng, we will use all of our resources to find a culprit. If there is some madman with a weapon that can cause this much destruction out there, we must catch him and seize the weapon at all cost. After hanging up, Zheng Yi stared at the television with an ugly expression on his face. Sometime later, he opened his laptop and started a video call with Bai Mengyao. What do you want, Zheng Yi? Bai Mengyao asked him in an annoyed manner, unaware of the situation yet. Why, you bastard? Is this your work? Did you attack my Zheng family just now? Huh? What the fuck are you talking about? Turn on the television and see for yourself. Zheng Yi shouted. Bai Mengyao recalled a similar situation happening not long ago, but the roles were reversed this time around. Holy shit, what happened here? Bai Mengyao was terrified by what he saw on the television. Wait, you think my Bai family has something to do with the news? That's outrageous. Even more outrageous than the shooting today. It's the truth, isn't it? My Zheng family got attacked right after you threatened to attack us. There's no way this could be a coincidence. Zheng Yi roared. Are you out of your mind? You think my Bai family is capable of this? There should be a limit to your imagination. Whatever caused this is obviously not human. While Zheng Yi and Bai Mengyao argued back and forth, Yuan and White Lotus returned to the hotel. Yuan, are you okay? Chu Yoxiang rushed to his side the moment she saw him enter the room. Yes, I am fine. He nodded. What happened? Did you find any evidence? Mei Shou asked him. Visit Riedel. Me for extra chapters. Yes, Zheng Weimin confessed to hiring the assassins this morning. However, he didn't tell us how to contact the assassins, so we're not completely safe yet, and I want rest until I find the bastards that shot at us. Yuan said. I see. What about Zheng Weimin? I killed him. I didn't want to risk having him come after us again in the future. I'm sorry if my decision disappointed you. No, I understand why you did it, and I don't blame you. I'm sorry for making you bear everything for us. It's fine. Yuan shook his head. After a moment of silence, Chu Liuxiang suddenly spoke. By the way, your eyes. They're red. Yes. I have somehow regained my vision, so I can see again now. Yuan finally revealed the truth to them. What? No way. Really? Chu Liuxiang exploded with excitement. I'm serious. He nodded with a gentle smile on his face. To think this would happen right before Yu Rao's birthday. This is going to be an even bigger surprise than the concert. Meishio smiled. Indeed. That's why I must take care of these assassins before then. I want the birthday surprise to be perfect. White Lotus entered the room some time later and said, Yuan, I had the experts look into Zheng Weimin's cell phone and laptop, and they found a phone number and address that might allow us to contact the assassins. Perfect. Yuan turned to look at Meishio and Chu Liuxiang and said to them, I will finish everything this time. Stay safe. They're dangerous enough to shoot us in broad daylight. Meishio said. Yuan chuckled. I doubt it'll be any more dangerous than what I have already experienced at the Zheng family. After Yuan left with White Lotus, Chu Liuxiang decided to relax a little and open the television that happened to be on a news channel. Meishio, look at this, Chu Liuxiang called for her. My God, wait, this happened only half an hour ago. Meishio swallowed nervously and turned to look at the door that Yuan just left from. You think he's responsible for this? Meishio smiled and said, If anyone is capable of doing this, it could only be him. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 969, published at 12th of May, 2022, 9:27 and 8 seconds a.m. Chapter 969. 969 if audio player doesn't work. Press stop, then play button and again. Chapter 969. Locating the assassins after leaving the room with White Lotus. Yuan followed her to another room where the experts were inspecting Zheng Weimin's equipment. So this is the phone number that might help us contact the assassins, and this location appears to be a meeting point. Can you track the phone number? White Lotus asked. We could try, but we'll have to call them first. The expert said. He'll call them. Yuan suddenly said. What about your backup story? White Lotus asked. I already have one in mind. All right, then let us set up the tracker first. The expert said. Half an hour later, the expert handed Yuan a specialized cell phone. We'll begin the tracking as soon as they pick up the phone. Try to stall them for as long as you can. Yuan nodded and called the phone number. After a couple of rings, someone picked up the number and spoke in a cold voice. Password. White Lotus and the experts were listening to the phone call as well, so they immediately frowned upon hearing about a password for the first time. However, Yuan calmly responded, Fuck your password. I need a bastard killed. 100 million. White Lotus turned to look at Yuan with wide eyes. He's going to order a hit. She cried inwardly. The person on the other side of the call remained silent for several moments before responding. I'm sorry, but you have the wrong number. Hang up on me, and I will call another number, and I will add you bastards to my kill list. Who told you about this phone number? Are you fuckers investigators or mercenaries? If you keep wasting my precious time, I will let the person who recommended me know of your trash service. After another moment of silence, the person spoke. Give me a name. Yuan took a deep but silent breath before speaking. Yu Yong, he's the head of a major entertainment company that focuses on music. White Lotus' jaw dropped after hearing this familiar name. After researching Yu Tian's background, she learned of his adoptive parents, Yu Yong and Tang Li. He's putting a hit on his adoptive father. A few moments of silence later, the man behind the phone spoke. He's a big name. ITLL cost you more than 100 million if you want his head. Give me a number. Yuan calmly said. 500. That's a hefty amount. What if you fail? There's no such thing as a perfect hit. However, once we put a target on someone, we will make sure it is a success no matter how many times we fail. Very well. They'll pay that amount. I will now give you an account number. You have 24 hours to make the payment. After giving Yuan the account number, the man continued. Once we see the payment, we will give you a call back. We'll make the real arrangements then. Yuan then spoke in a cold voice, just so you know. I may trust my friend, but I don't trust your service yet. If you dare to scam me, I will destroy your entire organization. The man laughed out loud. I welcome you to try even though we won't scam you. Yuan looked at the experts in the room for their signal. The expert nodded his head and gave Yuan a thumbs up. Then I will see you soon. After hanging up the call, Yuan went to see the results. Although we were able to track the call to their location, we were unable to pinpoint the exact location. Just give me the general location and I will find them myself. Yuan said, it's about a 4-hour drive from this place right around here. The expert showed him the map and the general location of the call. Visit Riedel. Me for extra chapters. Understand. I will go there right away. Yuan nodded. Should I come with you again? White Lotus asked him. No, I will be fine by myself. I don't want to endanger you. All right, stay safe. Yuan left the hotel by himself shortly after and flew towards the location of the assassins. He decided to fly using the Empyrean Overlord since it was much faster and he could use it for longer. An hour later, Yuan arrived at the location on the map. However, there were nothing but trees at his location. When Yuan couldn't see anything out of the ordinary with his eyes, he decided to use his divine sense. After a few minutes of searching, he noticed some footprints, which he followed to a hidden entrance that appeared to lead underground. After taking a moment to look for traps, Yuan landed in front of the entrance, and without any hesitation, he yanked the metal door open with his bare hands. Alarms began blaring inside the bunker, but Yuan ignored it and headed straight for the room with the most people. However, he was quickly stopped by people wielding heavy firearms. Why you? What are you doing here? The people that stopped him appeared to recognize his face. Hey, I'm here to repay the favor. If you lead me to the bastards who shot at me and my friends today, I will let you live. Yuan said to them in a calm voice. In your fucking dreams. Now die. They opened fire the following moment. However, as usual, Yuan stopped the bullets with his spiritual energy before they could even reach him. Is it that fun to shoot at people? It's all you guys ever do. Let me give it a try. Yuan casually flicked his arm, sending the bullets that had caught straight back to the shooters, but at an even faster speed. The 6 people there collapsed the following moment with holes all over their corpses. How boring. Yuan shook his head and continued making his way deeper inside the bunker. He would encounter more people with guns, and he would always give them a chance to tell him what he wanted to know in exchange for their lives. Unfortunately, they would all respond with bullets instead of words. In the end, Yuan had to kill every person he came across until he reached the lowest part of the bunker, where a massive metal door blocked his path. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 970, published at 12th of May, 2022, 9:27 and 6 seconds a.m. Chapter 970. 970 if audio player doesn't work. Press stop then play button and again, Chapter 970. Locating the assassins, 2. When Yuan reached this metal door that was built to withstand even nuclear weapons, a voice resounded from the speakers in the hallway. I fully understand why we were unable to kill you today, you fucking monster. We should have asked for way more money when we accepted the request to kill you. A familiar voice resounded. Yuan recognized this voice to be the same as the person he spoke to on the phone today. You'll need more than guns to kill me, Yuan casually said. Anyways, why don't you open the door and let me in? It'll be a whole lot messy, if I have to force my way inside. Haha, go ahead and break this door if you can. This place was created to withstand even nuclear weapons. Is that so? Yuan sighed. He then asked, before I do so, I have a question. The bastards that shot at me today, are they inside with you? I see. So you're looking for the squad responsible for the incident today. Unfortunately, you won't find them here, because they're currently on their way to the White Lotus Hotel. Furthermore, they will kill anyone in that hotel until they find you. However, since you're obviously not there, that means everyone in that hotel will be dead soon. After learning this information, Yuan started preparing for the heaven-splitting sword strike. Hey, do you remember our call earlier? What are you talking about? Yu Yong, I was the one who called you just now. So you tracked the phone call, huh? Not bad. I am impressed by the one who managed to track us despite all of the security we had. You welcomed me to try and destroy your organization. I will be fulfilling your desire now. Ha ha ha. And how are you going to do that? With that sword in your hand. In case you missed it, not even nuclear weapons can destroy this place, much less a sword. I have already called for reinforcements, too. They will be swarming this place soon. Whether it will work or not, we'll know soon enough. Once Head gathered enough spiritual energy, Yuan released the heaven-splitting sword strike directly at the door. The ground immediately shook, and the people inside the sealed room felt as though they'd been struck by a meteorite. A few moments later, Yuan looked at the results. All of the dirt and materials built around the room had completely vanished, revealing the bunker to the open sky. However, the room itself was still there. With that being said, it had sustained heavy damage, and major cracks could be seen around this room that was basically a large metal box. What the fuck just happened? The people in the room were baffled by what they'd just experienced, and they were terrified when they saw the cracks in the walls. Wow, you actually survived. I'm genuinely impressed. The people inside the room could hear Yuan's voice through the cracks on the walls. However, it doesn't look like it will be able to survive another one. Wait. The familiar voice resounded again, but it sounded much more nervous this time. Now let's talk about this. What do you want? I want the bastards currently heading to the White Lotus Hotel. Give them to me, and I will spare your lives. Yuan said, I understand. I will immediately command them to return. The man retrieved his cell phone and ordered the squad to return. It's been done. They have halted their mission and are currently on their way back here. They should arrive in about 3 hours. And you expect me to just believe you? I swear on my ancestors' grave that I am telling the truth. The man said. Yuan suddenly retrieved his cell phone and called Meishio. After explaining the situation to her, he said, I want you guys to evacuate the hotel. If anything happens there, I want to know. I understand. I will call you back once we evacuate. Visit Riedel. Me for extra chapters. About half an hour later, Meishio called him back and said, We've evacuated to another location. White Lotus left most of her guards behind to protect the hotel, and she's even called in reinforcements. They will contact us if anything happens. Thank you. I should return in about 4 hours if everything goes smoothly. Okay. After hanging up, Yuan proceeded to stand in front of the metal box like a guard, patiently waiting for the assassins to return. The people inside the metal box wanted to escape, but none of them dared to leave the room, and there was only a single way out of there, the door that was being guarded by Yuan. Sometime later, the man's voice resounded again. It was you. You're the one responsible for what happened to the Zheng family today. You're the unknown weapon of mass destruction. However, Yuan denied such claims. I have no idea what you're talking about. The people inside the room were well aware that Yuan was lying, but they didn't dare to push their luck and continue to accuse him. About 2.5 hours later, Yuan could see 5 people approaching the destroyed bunker with his divine sense. What the fuck happened here? My God, it's like someone had dropped a nuke on this place. Shit, this is a trap. This group of people tried to run away when they realized their situation, but they didn't get very far before Yuan descended from the sky, blocking their path. Why don't you all stay still for a moment? If you try to run, I will immediately kill you. Yuan summoned the starry abyss and removed its invisibility, letting it fly around the group to threaten them. Meanwhile, Yuan faced the bunker and released another heaven-splitting sword strike, completely erasing everything this time. Sorry, but I lied when I said that I would let you all live. Yuan mumbled towards the direction of the bunker, at least where it used to exist. After cleaning up what's left of the bunker and everyone in it, Yuan turned to look at the group of 5 assassins with a cold gaze, who were terrified out of their minds after what they'd just witnessed. It's so nice to see you all again. I have been anticipating this reunion for a while now. Yuan said to them with a gentle smile on his face that looked incredibly devilish to the group. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 971, published at 13th of May, 2022, 5:18 and 15 seconds p.m. Chapter 971. 971 if audio player doesn't work. Press stop, then play button again. Chapter 971. I will see you in hell. W, what are you going to do to us, you monster? One of the assassins there used all of his courage to shout out loud. Nothing much. I'm just going to punish you all a little for your actions. Yuan calmly said. He suddenly flicked his sleeves, immediately severing the arms of one of the assassins there. Yeah, my arms. The assassin screamed in a terrified voice as blood sprayed from his wounds. It's just your arms, what's the big deal? I'll give you something else to scream about. Whoosh. The Empyrean overlord moved in a speed that none of the assassins there could see with their bare eyes, and before they realized, Yuan severed that assassin's legs. The assassin fell to the ground and screamed in horror as he laid around his own severed limbs. The other 4 assassins gasped in shock. The scene before their eyes looked like it came straight out of a horror movie. One of them couldn't endure it any longer and started running around. Where do you think you're going? Yuan's voice resounded as the starry abyss caught up with the runner almost immediately. Aya! A painful scream echoed as the starry abyss severed the runner's legs. However, the assassin did not give up and started crawling with his arms. Unfortunately, he did not go very far as his arms were severed as well. When the other remaining 3 assassins saw the result of running away, they all gave up the thought and resigned their lives to fate. If you're going to kill us, hurry up and do it. Is there a need to humiliate, torture us? One of them suddenly said. Need? Of course not. However, I want to, just like how you all decided to kill me. But that was our job. Someone had put a hit on you. If you're going to blame someone, blame that person. Don't worry, I've already dealt with Zheng Weiman. He's currently waiting for the rest of you in hell. And you can only blame yourself for choosing such a job. Die. One of them suddenly pulled out a pistol and aimed it at Yuan's head before shooting it. A 9mm bullet flew toward his face the next moment, but it stopped an inch from his head. The assassin was in disbelief, but he continued to pull the trigger until he emptied the magazine. A little over a dozen bullets hovered in front of Yuan's face, but he didn't seem to be concerned, almost as though he had expected it. If you're going to come at me, you would have a better chance with a knife than a gun. Yuan glanced at the assassin who shot at him before returning the bullets to its rightful owner. Oh! The bullet struck all of the assassin's vital parts, paralyzing his body almost instantly. Don't worry, you'll bleed to death just like the other 2. Yuan turned to look at the 2 remaining assassins. One of them was a bulky middle-aged man, and the other was a middle-aged woman. Please, spare my life. I will do anything you want. To tell you the truth, I am still a virgin. I will let you be my F. The woman started pleading for her life by offering her body, but Yuan swung the Empyrean overlord before she could finish, sending her head flying into the air. How vile, Yuan muttered in a low voice afterward. Blood sprayed everywhere, but Yuan covered his body with his spiritual energy. It's just you now, huh? Any last words? Yuan asked the remaining assassin. Go fuck yourself. It's a pity that we couldn't kill you or those sluts with you today. The middle-aged man spat at Yuan. Is that so? Suddenly, the sound of police sirens could be heard approaching their location. Looks like it's over for you 2. The assassin laughed out loud. Yuan suddenly smiled and said, Why don't you see for yourself if that will be the case? Visit Readel. Me for extra chapters. Before the middle-aged man could even react, Yuan plunged the Empyrean overlord into his body, skewering it. The man's eyes widened with shock, but but he was not dead yet. The following moment, he watched as Yuan flew into the sky with him. Once they were above the clouds, Yuan said to him, "If you survive this fall, he'll let you live." "You demon!" The man managed to smile despite his hopeless situation. Yuan retrieved the Empyrean overlord back inside his body, letting the man fall. "I will see you in hell, you monster!" The man laughed madly as he fell to his death, which was witnessed by the police and investigators that had just arrived at the bloody scene. Yuan made his way back to the hotel under the night sky as the police investigated the chaos head left behind. What on earth is happening in this city? The unknown weapon has been used again, and there are even 5 brutally mutilated corpses. Are we really dealing with a human here? The investigators were baffled by what they found at the crime scene. Actually, it appears that the unknown weapon had been used 2 times in this place. What? How can such a powerful weapon be used so frequently? This situation is more dire than we initially thought. Just what is the motive of the person or entity behind this? What about these people? They appear to have been cut by something exceedingly sharp. Have you identified them yet? No, none of them had any form of identification. Furthermore, we found weapons hidden on their bodies. They're probably mercenaries, the kind that would do any kind of work as long as they are paid enough. Sometime later, one of the investigators there found the black van used in the shooting nearby. With this new evidence, there's a good chance that these guys are the ones behind the shooting this afternoon. We just need to wait for confirmation from the guys at analysis. The person responsible for killing them. The wounds are too brutal, which suggests vengeance. Vengeance, huh? It would be for the best if that were the case. The investigators their side. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 972, published at 13th of May, 2022, 5:18 and 14 seconds p.m., Chapter 972. 972 if audio player doesn't work. Press stop, then play button again, Chapter 972. A big mistake after returning to the hotel, Yuan went to look for the others, who had been waiting anxiously for his return. "Yuan, you're back," Chu Liuxiang said. "Are you hurt anywhere?" Meishio asked him. "No, I am perfectly fine." He shook his head. "Welcome back," White Lotus said to him. "By the way, your deeds are already on the news." She pointed at the television that was already talking about the chaos head caused outside the city. The unknown weapon of mass destruction has been used again. Furthermore, the authorities have found the culprits behind the shooting this afternoon at, many people have already left the city because of this commotion, and there will be even more leaving tomorrow when they wake up to see the news. I've even received many calls from those at the faction today. All of them are asking to relocate the faction temporarily. They're all scared of that technique of yours, scared that you might release this weapon of mass destruction in the city. Sorry, I wanted to resolve this without using the technique, but that wasn't possible. I even had to use it twice. Yuan sighed. Let's just hope that there will be an audience for the concert tomorrow. However, with all of the chaos today, I'm afraid that will be quite hard. It's fine. The only audience I need is my sister, Yuro. Yuan smiled. So what's going to happen now? Chu Liuxiang asked a moment later. Are we just going to pretend like nothing happened? There's a lot of people looking for you, right? ITLL be fine. They will eventually give up when they cannot find anything. If they find me, we will deal with it at that time. Yuan said, Don't worry. The Bai family will help you keep your secret. Even if your secret is revealed, we have our methods to protect you. White Lotus said, Thank you. Sometime later, Yuan said to them, Let's go to sleep. I need some rest after what happened today. Good night. After returning to his room, Yuan closed the lights and laid on the bed, but he did not go to sleep immediately. I have killed a lot of people today. Even though it's not my first time killing someone since it's also a real world, it feels unnatural to stain my hand with blood in this world. Yuro, what will she think when she learns that her brother has turned into a killer? Yuan slowly fell asleep as he thought about the day that felt longer than usual. While he slept, dreams that felt incredibly surreal started appearing. Inside his dream, he was surrounded by a sea of flames and rivers of blood. The sky was dark and red, and the whole world appeared to be dyed in black and red. This is the evil god's memories? Yuan looked around the gruesome scenery with a slight frown on his face. All of the buildings were on fire, and there were corpses littered on every street. Did the evil god? I really do all of this? Yuan mumbled in a low voice. You monster! You're responsible for this. A desperate cry suddenly resounded behind him. He turned around to see a middle-aged man holding onto a child, but the child was missing half of his body. Tears made out of blood flowed from this man's eyes as he roared. If only you didn't exist, none of this would have happened. You killed all of them. I hope you die. However, Yuan couldn't feel any emotions when looking at this middle-aged man who was filled with despair and anger. His heart was as still and as cold as a block of ice. Suddenly, Yuan turned to look at the sky, where hundreds of people wearing silver armor could be seen approaching him with killing intent. When Yuan saw these soldiers, his empty heart started burning with unimaginable rage and bloodlust, and without waiting any longer, he leaped into the air, flying towards these soldiers. Visit Riedel. Me for extra chapters. Surrender yourself already, evil god. You won't win this war. One of the soldiers shouted. Ha ha! Whether I win this war or not is not something for you to decide. Yuan laughed like a madman as he used some kind of technique to kill many of the soldiers in one go. Are you seriously going to defy the Celestial Emperor, the heavens? You're making a big mistake. A mistake? If we're going to talk about mistakes, then let's start with the biggest one in the room. Offending me. Ha ha ha. In just mere moments, the evil god killed all of the soldiers there. After killing the soldiers, the evil god lifted his head and released a powerful roar that shook the world. The roar was so powerful that it startled Yuan awake from his sleep. Damn, the evil god is even more dangerous than I initially thought. Just what caused him to go on such a rampage? Did the Celestial Emperor kill his love or something? Yuan mumbled in a low voice. I'm still nowhere close to absorbing all of the divine paragon's memories, yet the evil god's memories are already leaking. I might really go insane if I have to handle the memories of two immortals at once. After waking up, Yuan found it hard to go back to sleep, and his body was soaked in sweat. He decided to take a shower a few moments later to clean his body and clear his mind. After the shower, Yuan went to look at himself in the mirror, and to his surprise, his red eyes had disappeared. However, he was still able to see using his eyes. Just what on earth is going on with my body? There are too many questions and not enough answers. Yuan decided to spend the rest of the night cultivating since he couldn't go back to sleep. Meanwhile, inside her room, Meishio was deciding whether to answer her cell phone that has been ringing for a while now. After pondering for a few minutes, Meishio sighed and picked up the cell phone before dialing Yuro. Hello. Sorry, I was preparing breakfast just now, so I couldn't pick up the phone. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 973, published at 14th of May, 2022, 9:27 and 14 seconds a.m., Chapter 973. 973 if audio player doesn't work. Press stop, then play button and again, Chapter 973. Hospitalized. Hey, Meishio. Sorry for bothering you. But can I speak with my brother? I wanted to wait until tomorrow before I called, but I just cannot wait any longer. Yuro said, You sound like you're in a hurry. Did something happen? Meishio asked, Did you not see the news? Something horrible is happening in my city. I could be dead tomorrow at this rate. Of course, Yuro was talking about the unknown weapon of mass destruction that has terrorized her city. I know what you're talking about. However, I wouldn't worry too much if I were you. Meishio said, Huh? Why would you say that? If this person really want to harm the city, they would have destroyed the city already. I just can't help but worry when everyone around me is panicking. Yuro sighed. Anyways, you wanted to speak with Yuan, right? I'm sorry, but that's not possible right now. Meishio said a moment later. Huh? Why not? Well, to tell you the truth, he told me to not tell you since he doesn't want to worry you. But since it's your birthday tomorrow, and the truth will eventually be known, Yuan is currently hospitalized. He's what? Yuro screamed after hearing this unexpected news. What happened to him? Is he okay? He got injured during training. It's only a few broken bones, so there's no need to worry. That sounds horrible. A few broken bones? That's very serious. What if he cripples himself again? He just got his body back. Yuro exclaimed. The doctor said that he'll make a full recovery in a few days. Although Meishio felt bad about lying to Yuro like this, she couldn't let Yuan's hard work go to waste. Hey, Yuro suddenly sighed through the phone. I was really looking forward to speaking with brother on my birthday. Don't worry, I will make sure that you'll still get to speak with him tomorrow. Meishio said, Thank you, Meishio, but don't force him if he isn't in the condition. Anyways, I'm going to sleep now. I have something important that I must attend tomorrow morning. Good night. Meishio said to her before hanging up. Is everything okay? Xiaojingyi asked Yuro after she put down her phone. That stupid brother of mine got himself hospitalized right before my birthday. Can you believe it? Yuro complained. Xiaojingyi covered her mouth and gasped. Oh my, I hope he's okay. He broke some bones, but he'll make a full recovery. Brother is such an idiot. He should treat his body with more care and respect, especially considering how he's already been crippled once before. I'm going to give him a piece of my mind when I go on vacation next month. Anyways, let's go to sleep. We have an important meeting tomorrow, according to the seniors. All right. Good night, Yuro. Night. The following morning, after their morning routine, Yuro and Xiaojingyi gathered outside the faction. Good morning, Elderine. Yuro and Xiaojingyi greeted the old woman that was there before them. Are you two ready to leave? Elderine asked them. Yes, we are. Good. Once they were in the car, Yuro asked, Elderine, where are you taking us today? To tell you the truth, I also have no idea. White Lotus said she was in trouble and needed some extra hands, so we picked a couple of disciples to help her. Elderine shrugged. Yuro raised her eyebrows. She looked around the car and asked, Where are the others? They went ahead since the seats were filled. I see. Yuro sighed inwardly. Why do I have to do such chores on my birthday? It's even my day off. Can this day get any worse? Visit Rieadle. Me for extra chapters. Meanwhile, Yuan and the others prepared for the surprise. The concert was to be performed in the city square, one of the busiest places in the city. Which idiot decided to do a concert at such a time? Aren't they aware of the danger in this city? Most of the streets were empty because everyone decided to stay at home for the next few days due to the recent commotion. However, the roads were packed with cars because people were trying to leave the city. With that being said, there was a crowd of people in front of the stage, and most of these people were sent by the Cultivators Association. In fact, even the chairman himself was present. Even though Yuan had only asked him to prepare the concert, Chairman Li decided to participate in it as well. The rest of the people in the crowd were people from the Bai family, led by Mengyao himself. After hearing about the concert, Mengyao immediately flew to this city. Of course, he had other intentions. Yuan, can I take a moment of your time to introduce my father to you? He came all the way here from another city to meet you. White Lotus asked him after they arrived at the city square. Sure, he agreed. Sometime later, Yuan met with White Lotus' father, Mengyao. It's an honor to finally meet the famous player Yuan. I am Mengyao, White Lotus' father. Mengyao extended his hand for a handshake. Just call me Yuan. He accepted the handshake. After hearing from my daughter that you'd saved her life, I have been dying to repay the favor. Please, if you need anything, just let me know. Mengyao shook his hands vigorously. Yuan smiled and said, Don't even mention it. I'm the one who owes White Lotus, who has been a great assistance and friend for the last 2 days. That's great to hear, but my offer will remain. If you ever have troubles, you can contact me or my daughter. We may not be the strongest family in the legacy ranking, but we're up there. I understand. After chatting with White Lotus' father for some time, Chairman Lee approached him and started another conversation. When the crowd there noticed how respectful Chairman Lee and Bai Mengyao were acting towards Yuan, they became interested in his identity. Of course, besides some people there, the majority of people in the crowd were unaware of Yuan's true identity. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 974, published at 14th of May, 2022, 9:27 and 12 seconds a.m., Chapter 974. 974 if audio player doesn't work. Press stop, then play button again, Chapter 974. My name is Yuan. We have some trouble. White Lotus suddenly approached him. What happened? Well, it's nothing serious, but Yuro and her friend are currently stuck in traffic, so they'll be late. Oh, all right. It's fine. I can wait. Sometime later, Meishio approached him and said, Yuan, I should have told you this earlier, but she proceeded to explain to him what Shed told Yuro last night when she called. You told her that I was hospitalized from training? Yuan couldn't help but laugh at this news. She's probably going to be angry once she realizes that ID lied to her. I'm sure she'll understand your intentions. Also, she'll probably forget about it after the concert. Yuan chuckled. Meanwhile, somewhere inside the city, Yuro and the others were stuck in traffic. Are the roads usually this busy in the city? Yuro asked, as this is her first time leaving the faction since her arrival several months ago. No, not at all. These people are probably fleeing the city. Elder Een said, I would be fleeing the city too if I wasn't living outside the city. Yuro smiled. About half an hour later, Elder Een received a call from White Lotus. Yes, we're almost there. In fact, we can probably walk the rest of the distance. Okay, I understand. After hanging up, Elder Een said to Yuro and Xia Jingyi, we're going to be walking the rest of the way since we're already half an hour late. Yuro and Xia Jingyi nodded their heads, and the three of them left the car shortly after. After another 10 minutes, they arrived at the city square, where a crowd of people could be seen sitting in front of what appeared to be a portable stage. What is going on here? Yuro mumbled in a low voice. It looks like a concert. There's even a piano on the stage. Xia Jingyi said, a concert at this time? Who would be stupid enough to do something like this? Yuro shook her head. However, Elder Een suddenly started leading them toward the concert. Elder Een, should we really waste our time here? Yuro couldn't help but ask. After all, their faction leader was waiting for their arrival. However, Elder Een didn't say anything to her, so they just stood there in silence. Suddenly, a person walked onto the stage with a microphone in his hands. Yuro didn't immediately recognize the person on the stage, but when she took a closer look at his face, her eyes widened with shock. In no way, she muttered in a low voice that was filled with disbelief. Yuan stopped at the center of the stage and lifted the microphone closer to his mouth. Thank you all for coming today. My name is Yuan. Some of you might recognize my name because I used to be a professional musician, but I was forced to retire early due to some misfortune. However, I am proud to announce that I have fully recovered. Yuan? I recognize him. He's that child prodigy who took the world by storm with his music. I remember going to his concert once. It cost me an arm and leg, but it was definitely worth it. Now that you mention it, I have heard of his name before, too. Why Yuro? Isn't that your... Xia Jingyi turned to look at Yuro, who was standing there with a baffled look on her face. Brother? Yuro's eyes began turning moist, and before long, tears appeared at the edge of her eyes. After taking a deep breath, Yuan continued to speak while his gaze looked directly at Yuro. Although I've already retired from my career as a professional musician, I have decided to temporarily come out of retirement just for today as a special occasion to celebrate my precious little sister's 17th birthday. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. Yuan walked to the piano and took a seat. After taking a deep breath, his hands started dancing on the piano's keyboard, officially starting his concert. The audience were immediately enchanted by the heavenly music produced by Ewan's fingers, feeling as though they were being led above the skies by his music notes. Of course, Yuan wanted this concert to be as realistic and official as possible, so he made sure to have it broadcasted live on television. Meanwhile, at the Yu family, Yu Yong, who was cultivating in silence inside his room, suddenly opened his eyes when all four of his cell phones began ringing almost at the same time. "This is Yu Yong." He randomly picked one and answered it. "Yu Yong, you bastard. How long have you been keeping this secret for?" His colleague's voice resounded. "Huh? What are you talking about? You're still acting like you don't know anything? Spare me from your humor. I'm really confused right now. What are you talking about?" Yu Yong was genuinely puzzled by the situation. "Turn on your television and go to any music channel." Yu Yong immediately turned on the television in his room. After changing the channel, he could see the live broadcast for a certain public concert. Yu Yong didn't recognize the person sitting behind the piano at first, but when the camera zoomed in on Yuan's face, Yu Yong quickly realized who he had been staring at, and he cried out loud, "What the fuck is going on? I should be asking you that, Yu Yong. When did your son, Yu Tian, recover? You should have told us about it the moment it happened. Do you have any idea how much he means to the music industry and our wallets? And what's with this shabby-looking concert? This is his first concert in a decade. You should have prepared something more grand. All of our investors are fuming with anger as we speak." However, Yu Yong was so shocked by what he was seeing that he didn't even hear what had been said through the phone. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 975, published at 16th of May, 2022, 8:27 and 19 seconds a.m. Chapter 975. 975 if audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button, and again, Chapter 975. Happy birthday, darling. Take a look at the television. Tang Li burst into Yu Yong's room shortly after he found out about Yuan's concert. "I'm watching it now. How did this happen?" Yu Yong gritted his teeth in frustration. "I don't know, but our investors are contacting us from all directions. They think we're behind this, and they're super angry right now. We need to do something." Of course they are angry. I'll be angry too. His return after a decade could have brought us hundreds of millions. However, he wasted it on this shitty concert. Yu Yong roared. "Damn it, what should we do? That bastard seems to have made a recovery. However, we have already kicked him out of the family. If only we had waited for a couple more months. None of this would be happening." "Calm down, it's not over yet," Tang Li said with a cold smile on her face. "In case you forgot, we still have his contract, and even though we kicked him out, he is still legally part of our family. Well, force him back into our grasp, no matter what it takes. He'll go call Mayphone and our lawyers right now." Meanwhile, at the city square, the crowd in front of Yuan's concert would grow bigger as time passed. The people that had been too terrified to leave their homes suddenly decided to witness this performance with their eyes, even at the cost of their lives. By the third song, the entire square was filled with people, and even the people trying to leave the city halted their movements, which clogged up the traffic even more, putting it to a complete halt. "That young man on the stage looks very familiar. Where have I seen him before? That's that child prodigy Yu Tian. Oh, I remember now. The one that suddenly disappeared a decade ago. I thought he had died. Apparently, he had been suffering from an illness until recently. Does this mean he'll return to playing the instruments? He'll have to attend one of them, even if it costs me my entire fortune. Aren't you at one right now? And it's even free. Heavens, I didn't think he could improve, but it sounds even better than I remember." Yuan decided to play a total of 17 songs because it was Yu Rao's 17th birthday. At the end of his last song, Yuan stood up and walked to the microphone before speaking, "Happy birthday, Yu Rao." The crowd erupted with cheers afterward. However, there was one person that wasn't cheering, and that was Yu Rao, who was too busy wiping her tears. Sometime later, Yuan jumped off the stage and began walking into the crowd. The people there quickly made a path for him until he reached Yuro. Surprise! Yuan said to her with a bright smile on his face. "You idiot! How dare you make me cry on my birthday and in front of so many people?" Yuro cried. Yuan opened his arms, gesturing for a hug. Yuro immediately jumped into his embrace and cried on his chest until she could no longer produce tears and Yuan's clothes were soaking wet. "Brother, I love you," Yuro mumbled afterward. "Yes, I love you too." Yuan smiled as he patted her head. Sometime later, Yuan returned to the stage and said to the audience, "Thank you all for coming to my concert today. Although I will not be returning to my old career as a musician because I found something else I want to chase, I will not give up on music, so you can expect to see me again in the future." The audience refused to leave even after the concert was over, and many of them had questions for him. However, the Bai family and the Cultivators Association worked together to keep them from swarming Yuan. "That was an amazing concert, Senior Yu," Xia Jingyi said. "Senior Yu? Just call me Yuan. Yuro already told you about it, right?" "Why, yes. But are you sure? There's still so many people around us." Xia Jingyi looked around in a nervous manner. When Yuro revealed to Xia Jingyi that her brother, Yu Tian, was actually player Yuan, Xia Jingyi was so shocked that she fell unconscious for an entire minute. "I don't care about hiding my identity anymore, so it's fine." Yuan smiled. By the way, brother, your eyes. Have your vision returned?" Yuro finally got to ask him. "Yes, I have regained my vision. In fact, I regained it just yesterday." He nodded. "Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters." "That's amazing. How did it return? Did you do anything special?" "No, it just came back suddenly, just like how my body suddenly started working again. Anyways, let's stop talking about me. It's your birthday, after all. Is there anything you want to do?" Yuan asked her. Yuro pondered for a moment before shaking her head. "Not really. I had planned on relaxing in my room and spending most of the day talking to you on the phone, but Meishio told me that you'd been hospitalized." Sorry. I didn't want to ruin the surprise," Meishio said with a stiff smile on her face. "Hello, Yuro. It's been a while." Chu Liuxiang suddenly stepped forward with a smile on her face. "Lulu, you're here too?" "Of course. And happy birthday." "Thank you. I didn't bring any presents with me this year, but next year I will definitely get you something." "It's fine. I don't care about that." Yuro shook her head. "Anyways, let's go somewhere quieter. It's too noisy here." "Sure." They all made their way to the White Lotus Hotel. However, before they can even sit down and relax on the peaceful roof, Meishio suddenly received a phone call from her mother, Mei Feng. "It's my mother. She's probably calling about the concert. Should I answer it?" Meishio sighed. "Go ahead. Let's see what the Yu family wants." Yuan nodded with a calm smile on his face. "Okay." Meishio answered the phone the next moment. "If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible." Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 976, published at 16th of May, 2022, 8:27 and 18 seconds AM, Chapter 976. 976 if audio player doesn't work. Press stop, then play button again, Chapter 976. What can a child like him do to us? "Hello." Meishio spoke after answering the phone. "You can guess why I called you, right?" Mai Feng's calm voice resounded through the phone. "It's about the concert, right? Is the young master with you?" "Yes, he is. Can I speak with him?" Meishio turned to look at Yuan, who was already gesturing for the phone. "Hello, Miss Mei Feng. It's been a while." Yuan said, "Young master, I'm sure you already expected this even before you planned that concert, but the Yu family is demanding for you to return to the family now that they are aware of your recovery." Mei Feng said, "Yes, I anticipated that something like this would happen. I can even imagine their faces when they realize that I've recovered. What are you going to do now? The Yu family is already in the process of getting you back. Although the Yu family is not that threatening in terms of influence, it's their investors that you should be worried about. They won't let you get away so easily. And what are they going to do? Force you to play music again? They will most likely threaten you with legal issues and other stuff. If you refuse, they will destroy everything you own and make it so that you won't be able to survive without their help. Is that all? That's a lot more boring than what I had in mind. Yuan smiled. Mei Feng was a little baffled by how calm Yuan was acting. Young master, don't worry, Miss Mei Feng. I will willingly come back to the Yu family later. It's Yu Rao's birthday today, so I'm going to spend some time with her. Tell this to the Yu family. Are you really just going to return to the Yu family? After everything they've done to you? Mei Feng was puzzled again. I'm sure they'll be relieved to hear such words. So yes, go ahead and tell them that I will be returning to the Yu family to work for them again. Anyways, I will talk to you again when I return, Miss Feng. Yuan hung up the phone after that sentence. Why you're going to go back to the Yu family? Yuro stared at him with wide eyes. Of course not. However, if I don't tell them that, they'll try to mess with us. I'm just buying us some time. Yuan smiled. Do you need some help dealing with the Yu family? My Bai family can easily crush the Yu family for you. White Lotus suddenly asked him. Thank you for the offer, but this is a family problem that I want to deal with by myself. Anyways, let's forget about the Yu family for now. I want to focus on you, Ro, for today. Even if you say that, I don't know what I want to do. I'm satisfied with just spending time with all of you. Yu-Ro sighed. Yuan pondered for a moment before speaking. Yu-Ro, let's go on a quick adventure. Where are we going? It doesn't matter. Yuan shook his head. He then said to Meishio and the others, we're going to fly around for a bit. Sure. They nodded. Huh? Fly? Yu-Ro and Xia Jingyi raised their eyebrows. Yuan suddenly picked up Yu-Ro and carried her like a princess. Brother? What are you doing? She cried out loud in surprise. We're going to go on a little adventure around the city. And without explaining any further, Yuan flew into the sky. The others could hear Yu-Ro screaming for her life the following moment. He's flying. Xia Jingyi watched their figures disappear into the clouds with a wide mouth. It's not your first time flying, so why are you so scared? Yuan laughed out loud. Visit Riedel. Me for extra chapters. That was in Cultivation Online. How are you doing this? I'm a spirit grandmaster. No way. Anyways, let's catch up with each other. I'm aware that I've been neglecting you for a while now, and I'm sorry for that. Yu-Ro sighed. You don't have to apologize. I have also been busy with my own training, not to mention the difference in our time zone. The two of them proceeded to tell their own experience for the past few months to each other. An hour later, Yuan and Yu-Ro returned to the hotel, where they continued to chat over some food and tea. Meanwhile, Mei Feng notified the Yu family of Yuan's decision. He agreed to come back to work for us? That was easier than I expected. Yu Yong was dumbfounded after hearing the news. This is a little too easy. I think he might be up to something. Let's still prepare, just in case. Tang Li said, Of course, but what can a child like him do to us? He's only 18 years old, and he's lived more than half of that life as a cripple. I bet he agreed to come back because he has barely survived the last few months. He will never win against us. Yu Yong laughed out loud. Now that he can move again, he has a lot of work to make up for a decade's worth. Tang Li said. The Yu family became fully active again in preparation for their future profits. Later that night, Yuan and the others ate dinner together. Yu-Ro and Xia Jingyi, the two of you can stay here tonight. Well, I'll return to the faction tomorrow. However, if you want, you can stay out here with your brother for a few more days. White Lotus said to them, Huh? Brother is coming back to the faction with us? I thought males aren't allowed inside. Yu-Ro said, This is a special occasion. White Lotus smiled. Since brother is coming with us, there's no need to stay here for any longer. And with the recent commotion, I will feel safer at the faction too. Yu-Ro said, All right, then we'll return to the faction tomorrow. White Lotus nodded. After dinner, Yu-Ro suddenly approached Yuan and said, Brother, I want to sleep with you tonight. Sure. Yuan agreed without any hesitation. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: You can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 977, published at 16th of May, 2022, 8:27 and 17 seconds a.m. Chapter 977. 977 if audio player doesn't work. Press stop, then play button again. Chapter 977. Feelings once all of the lights in the room were shut off, Yuan and Yu entered the bed together. How long has it been since we slept together? It's only been several months since you left the Yu family, but it feels like much longer has passed. Yu suddenly said. Yuan turned his head sideways to look at her delicate face and smiled. You have matured a lot since the last time I saw you. I had to grow up fast now that I am living alone. Living by yourself isn't easy. I thought that I was ready because I had been able to take care of you for years without much trouble, but I underestimated it. It's actually a lot harder to take care of yourself than to take care of others. Fortunately, Jingyi is there with me, so I'm not truly alone. And brother, I can also say the same to you. You've changed a lot. Well, just like you, I also had to grow up fast. I know, but you also seem like a different person. Yu said. In a bad sense? Yuan raised his eyebrows. No, not in a bad sense. Before, even though you were older than me, it kind of felt like I was the older one. However, after spending a day with you, I can finally experience being a little sister again. Do you prefer the way I am now, or would you rather the old and naive me? Yu pondered for a moment before speaking. Honestly, I like both versions of you. However, if I had to choose, I would definitely choose the current you. Can I ask why? However, Yu shook her head in silence. That's a secret, she mumbled in a bashful voice. Due to the darkness in the room, Yu's red face remained hidden. I guess everyone has their own secrets. Yuan smiled, not minding it. After a moment of silence, Yu turned to stare at Yuan's face with a serious expression. Brother, I have been wanting to ask you this, but I never got the chance. Meishio, how are things between you and Meishio right now? Yuan was taken aback by this sudden question. I mean, the two of you have been living together for a while now, and you even got to spend a few months living together inside a small apartment. As two young adults, you must have made some progress in your relationships, right? I don't get what you're trying to ask. Yuan pretended to be oblivious. However, Yu wasn't having any of it and continued, Don't lie to me, brother. Meishio is a very attractive and beautiful woman, and she has been taking care of you ever since you left the Yu family. The two of you are even around the same age. There's no way that you don't have any feelings for her. There's really nothing between us, Yu. Yuan showed her a bittersweet smile. Brother, I might have believed you if you were still as naive as before, but you're different now. I'm also different. I have matured as your sister and as a woman. I can tell that there's something between the two of you. Seeing the expression on Yu's face at this moment, Yuan released a low sigh. All right, I will tell you the truth. Indeed, Meishio is an attractive woman. After all, she's managed to charm me. I knew it, Yu exclaimed. How far have you gotten with her? Have you confessed yet? Yuan responded with a stiff smile on his face. Actually, we're already way past that point. Huh? Yu's eyes widened. So, you're already partners? Like the boyfriend and girlfriend kind? Yes. Yuan nodded. I see. I have to admit, I truly didn't expect this, she muttered in a dazed voice. After a long moment of silence, she asked him, what about Lulu? She likes you too, right? What are you going to do about her? About that. She's also my partner. What? Yu jumped off the bed after hearing this shocking information. How can Lulu be your partner when you already have Meishio as your partner? You don't tell me. You're two-timing them. Visit Readle. Me for extra chapters. What? No, I am not two-timing anyone. Yuan quickly said, not wanting the misunderstanding to deepen any further. He explained to Yu the whole situation. Meishio and Lulu are both my partners, and they're both aware of it. I couldn't just accept one of them and abandon the other, so I decided to accept both of them. They also agreed to this. Yu's jaw dropped to the floor after learning the truth. And my brother has a harem. Yuro fell to the ground on her knees. Yuro, are you okay? I thought I was mature enough to handle the truth, but alas, I have overestimated myself once again, Yuro said to herself in a dispirited voice. The room fell completely silent afterward. Many moments later, Yuro stood up and said to Yuan, Brother, I will be right back. Don't you dare leave this room until I come back. And without explaining any further, Yuro left the room. Yuan had an idea where Yuro went, so he didn't bother chasing after her. Sometime later, Yuro knocked on the door to Meixius' room. Yuro, what's the matter? I thought you were going to sleep with Yuan. Meisho asked her. We need to talk, Yuro said as she entered the room. Meisho was puzzled by the situation, but she could tell that Yuro seemed frustrated at something. Once she closed the door, Meisho approached Yuro and asked, What's wrong? Yuro did not immediately respond, and merely silently stared at Meixius' confused face. After a moment of silence, she finally spoke, Meisho, I know everything. Brother told me the truth about your relationship with him, and Lulu. Meixius' eyes widened. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 978. Published at 16th of May, 2022, 1:30 and 27 seconds p.m. Chapter 978. 978 if audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 978. All the way, don't worry, I'm not angry, Yuro said after seeing Meixius' worried expression. You guys want to keep it a secret from me because you didn't know how I would react, right? Thank you for your concerns, but I can handle myself. However, I would be lying if I said that I am not shocked by the results. Anyways, I came here because I have some questions that I can only ask you since it would be too embarrassing to ask my brother. First of all, how long has this been happening? Meisho pondered for a moment before speaking, sometime after we moved out of Xia Jingyi's apartment. Then my second question, how far have you guys gone? Have you kissed yet? Yuro asked in an anxious manner. Meisho swallowed nervously. She didn't dare to respond without thinking about it first, as this could break Yuro's spirit. Should I lie to her and say that we've only kissed, or should I tell her the truth, that we've gone all the way? You're not going to lie to me again, are you? Yuro suddenly said with narrowed eyes. I have forgiven you for lying about my brother being hospitalized, but I won't forgive you if you lie to me this time. Seeing Yuro's stern face, Meisho sighed. We have kissed. In fact, we have already gone all the way. What? Yuro was taken aback by Meixius' words. It took her a moment to comprehend the meaning behind Meixius' words, but when she finally understood the true meaning, Yuro's face flushed with redness. Why you've gone all the way? All the way. Yuro wanted confirmation, as she hoped that it was just another misunderstanding. However, Meisho said, Yes, we've gone all the way. We had sex. Yuro started stumbling backward until she fell on the bed, where she would quietly lie down and stare at the ceiling with a dazed look on her face. After a whole minute of awkward silence, Yuro spoke. Lulu, did he also do it with her? Yes. Meisho answered without hesitation. I see. So you guys have finally done it. Good for you, Meisho. Huh? Meisho raised her eyebrows. Yuro sat on the bed and said, You've always liked him, right? The only reason you started working for the Yu family is so that you could be with my brother. Now that your dreams have come true, what are you going to do next? We haven't planned that far yet. Meisho shook her head. Yuro turned silent again. Are you okay, Yuro? Meisho suddenly asked her. What makes you think that I am not okay? Yuro looked at her. I mean, you also like him, right? Of course. He's my precious brother. You know that's not what I mean. Meisho said. A bittersweet smile appeared on Yuro's face as she spoke. Why are you asking me that? Don't you want to be with Yuan? If it's you, I wouldn't mind having you in our family. I think Lulu will also say the same thing. Meisho said. What? Are you crazy? There's no way we can be partners. He's my brother. Yuro exclaimed. Yes, but that is only in name. You're not actually blood related, so there's no problem. There's plenty of problems. Although we may not share the same blood, we have lived most of our lives as siblings. He will definitely reject such an idea, and that will destroy our current relationship. I don't want that to happen. Yuro, thank you, Meishio. I understand your feelings, but you do not need to be concerned about me. Just like how you figured things out with him by yourselves, I am also going to do the same. Anyways, it's getting late. I'm going to go to sleep. Yuro left Mike's room and returned to Yuan shortly after. I didn't think that you'd return. Yuan said to her. Why would you think that? Yuro said as she entered the bed. You're not angry? What's there to be angry about? I'm only a little frustrated that you try to hide the truth from me. That's all. Sorry. Brother, can I hug you? She suddenly asked. Visit Rietal. Me for extra chapters. Of course. Yuro moved closer to him and treated his body like a hug pillow. I'm going to sleep like this. Good night. Good night. A few minutes later, Yuan could hear Yuro sobbing. However, he decided to not say anything and pretended to be asleep. Yuro also didn't say anything and kept on crying until she fell asleep. The following morning, they both acted as though last night never happened. Good morning, Yuro said to him. Morning. After doing their morning routine, Yuan and Yuro went to eat breakfast with the others. Although none of them said anything about last night, Chu Liuxiang, Xia Jingyi, and White Lotus could sense something off about the atmosphere. In the end, breakfast ended up feeling a little awkward, mostly because it was a little too quiet. Are you guys ready to leave? It'll be a 2-hour ride to the faction. White Lotus asked them. Yes, we're ready. Once everyone was in a car, they started driving towards the Eternal Lotus's headquarters. Their journey to the headquarters was as quiet as breakfast, but it lasted twice as long. It was obvious to Chu Liuxiang and the others that something had happened to the siblings last night, but nobody there dared to ask. Upon arriving at the Eternal Lotus's headquarters, White Lotus said, I should have probably mentioned this before we came here, but I kind of forgot about them. We actually have a few guests staying here at the moment, and they're all looking for you, me? Yuan raised his eyebrows. I got ahead of myself after our meeting in Cultivation Online and bragged about it to some people. I'm really sorry, but I didn't tell them anything about our conversations. I swear. White Lotus lowered her head and apologized. Yuan smiled and said, Don't worry about it. I'll entertain them for a bit if they approach me. Thank you. They all entered the Eternal Lotus's headquarters shortly after. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 979, published at 19th of May, 2022, 9:27 and 16 seconds a.m. Chapter 979. 979 if audio player doesn't work. Press stop, then play button again. Chapter 979. Visiting Eternal Lotus's before entering the Eternal Lotus's headquarters. Yuan wore a mask on his face. Why are you wearing a mask now? Yuro couldn't help but ask him. I don't want to ruin your life in this place. From this point forth, I will be Yuan, not Yution. He said, I don't care if people find out that you're my brother. In fact, that's something I can brag about. I'm only doing this because of the legacy families. They're a bunch of annoying people that you don't want to deal with, and I'm trying to save you from them. A bunch of annoying people. White Lotus sighed inwardly after hearing his words. As she was from a legacy family, she couldn't help but feel like she was part of these annoying people. However, she couldn't refute such claims either, as she found other legacy families to be pretty annoying as well. Welcome back, leader by Eldarine. Welcome to the Eternal Lotus's guests. The disciples at the front gate greeted them. They didn't immediately realize that there was a man amongst their group, because Yuan was wearing a mask, and he had long hair tied into a ponytail. Although his body structure was larger than the ladies there, it wasn't enough to raise any suspicions. Is there anything you want to see first? Or should I just give you a tour around our faction? White Lotus asked Yuan after they entered the faction. They'll let you decide where we go. I just want to see what you Rouse life has been like for the past few months. I understand. Then let's do a walkthrough of our disciples' daily routine. There should still be some disciples doing morning training right now. Yuan nodded, and they proceeded to follow White Lotus around the faction, starting from the area where most disciples go to train. White Lotus would give them a brief explanation of the place, while Yuro would recall her experience there. The disciples there eventually realized that there was a man amongst them, and rumors quickly began to spread like wildfire. Did you hear? Senior Bai brought a man into the faction. What? This is the first time a man has stepped foot inside this place since its founding. I heard that not even Leader Bai's father could enter this place. Who is this man that she finds more important than her own father? I couldn't get a look at his face because he was wearing a mask, but I swear I heard Leader by addressing him as Yuan. What? It must be Player Yuan. I heard that she had an encounter with him in. They probably agreed to meet in real life. Oh my, this is so exciting. Meanwhile, in one of the guest rooms, Fiery Queen overheard some of the disciples in the hallway talking about Yuan. What? Player Yuan is here? That crafty bitch. No wonder why she's been gone for the last few days. She actually snuck out to meet him. And she even lied to me about it. She left her room shortly after to look for White Lotus and Yuan. Sometime later, Fiery Lotus found them resting under a pavilion. What do you think of my faction? White Lotus asked him as they sipped on hot tea. It's very peaceful here, and the disciples are full of enthusiasm. Honestly, I feel a little embarrassed to even call my place a faction after seeing how organized this place is. It's more like a home than a headquarter. I think most factions are like that. Only those with enough funds and reputation dare to build such a large headquarter. White Lotus said. Suddenly, excuse me, you can't go in there. Someone there said in a nervous voice. White Lotus turned around to see Fiery Queen approaching them with a nonchalant expression on her face. Yuan, that's Sasha Walker's, also known as Fiery Queen. She's a top 10 player in Cultivation Online, and she's from the Walker's family that is ranked 10th in the Legacy ranking. White Lotus quickly introduced her to Yuan. Once she arrived before their table, Fiery Queen combed her short orange hair with her fingers and spoke. Are you really Player Yuan? Feeling her sharp gaze, Yuan smiled and nodded. How can I help you, Miss Walkers? Oh, you know about me? Visit Readel. Me for extra chapters. I only know of your name. I see. Well, I don't like beating around the bush, so I'm going to ask you directly. Join my Walkers family, Player Yuan. What can you offer me? Yuan didn't immediately reject her offer. Is this what he meant by entertaining them? White Lotus wondered inwardly. I will double, no, triple what the Bai family has offered you. Are you sure you can afford it? White Lotus could no longer remain quiet now that Fiery Queen brought her family into the conversation. Your Bai family may be higher in the legacy rankings, but my Walker's family is ranked second in terms of wealth. Tell me, what did your Bai family offer him to join your family? Fiery Queen asked. White Lotus smiled and said, Actually, we didn't offer him anything. What? Fiery Queen's eyes widened with disbelief. Why do you think I would fall for such a cheap trick? Why would he come here if you didn't pay him? It's true, Yuan said, and he continued. Neither the Bai family nor White Lotus has asked me to join their family. I am here on my own accord. In fact, I was the one who requested to be here. In no way. Why would you do such a thing? Aren't you aware that every legacy family is trying to acquire you? If you do something like this, it's only natural for people to think that the Bai family had bought you. I have my own reasons for being here, Yuan calmly said. Fiery Queen gritted her teeth in frustration. Is he here because of White Lotus? Did he get charmed by her? This is bad. At this rate, the Bai family will acquire him. What can I do in this situation? If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 980, published at 19th of May, 2022, 9:27 and 15 seconds a.m., Chapter 980. 980 if audio player doesn't work, Press stop, then play button again. Chapter 980. Fiery Queen's offer. See, since the Bai family hasn't offered you anything, then allow me to offer you to join the Walker's family. What do you want? As long as it's something that money can buy, we will give it to you. Fiery Queen said to him after pondering for a moment. Sorry, but there's nothing I want. Yuan calmly responded. What? That's not possible. Everyone has something they desire. Indeed, that is true. However, what I want cannot be purchased with money. You won't know until you try. Love, happiness, fame, anything can be bought. Tell me what you desire, and the Walker's family will do everything in its power to acquire. After a moment of silence, Yuan spoke in a calm voice. If I say that I want the Walker's family, will you be able to hand it over to me? That's. Fiery Queen was dumbfounded by Yuan's question. What's wrong? Why are you hesitating? Didn't you say that you would give me anything? Or are you going to ask me to not be so greedy? I'm sorry, but I don't think we can fulfill such an unreasonable condition. Anything else but that, please. Yuan shook his head. Sorry, but I was only joking. I don't plan on joining any legacy family, so you can stop asking. Can I ask why? You would gain a lot of benefit if you joined us. Or do you plan on creating your own family? Fiery Queen narrowed her eyes at Yuan. I have no interest in the legacy ranking. As for why I don't want to join any legacy families, I don't want to break the current balance. He said, I don't want to sound arrogant, but if I join any family, even the lowest ranking family, it would immediately break the balance, and I'm sure nobody wants that to happen. Breaking the balance? Both Fiery Queen and White Lotus frowned upon hearing this, as neither of them had thought about it like this until he mentioned it. He's right. If someone like him joins the legacy ranking, the family he chooses will immediately become the most powerful and influential family in the legacy ranking regardless of their previous rank. White Lotus thought to herself, the other legacy families will probably work with each other to destroy such an unbalanced family. In other words, the moment he joins a legacy family, there will be a war. Fiery Queen sighed. As much as she wanted to acquire Yuan for her family, she did not want to fight with the other legacy families simply because they had him. After pondering for a few moments, Fiery Queen smiled and said, Very well, I will give up on trying to recruit you. However, I have another proposal. While it's true that the other legacy families won't be happy if we pay to acquire you, they won't have anything to say if you marry into our family. She pointed at herself and said, If you marry me, that will solve everything. What nonsense are you saying? White Lotus slammed the table, startling everyone there. Nonsense? I think it's quite ingenious. Fiery Queen said in a prideful tone. Yuan, forget about her. She's a lost cause. Wait, I was only joking. Fiery Queen suddenly said, and she continued, Here's my real proposal. Instead of asking you to join our family, I will pay for your assistance. Can you elaborate? Yuan asked. Basically, I want to hire you. And what kind of job do you want me to do? I'm not sure yet, but we'll probably ask for you to do something for us in Cultivation Online. Maybe even train some of our players. If that's too much to ask, then I buy information from you instead. Information about Cultivation Online. Yuan pondered about Fiery Queen's offer. Although I can acquire money by selling Cultivation Online treasures like last time, I'll be going to the Third Heaven soon, and that will make it difficult for me to use their auction house, especially since I'll be busy traveling the world. However, if I can sell information about Cultivation Online, I can earn money just by telling them about my experience in Cultivation Online, which is essentially free money. How much are we talking about? Yuan then asked. That will depend on the information you give us. We will give you a fixed price for each information you give us, and then we will pay you a bonus depending on its usefulness. How's that sound? Visit Readle me for extra chapters. In other words, if my information helps you acquire treasures or other valuables, you will pay me extra? Exactly. Fiery Queen nodded. Sure, I don't mind if it's just selling information. Yuan agreed. Yes. Fiery Queen celebrated inwardly. Leave your contact information with me, and I will contact you later. Yuan then said. Of course. Fiery Queen immediately handed Yuan her business card. Then I await your call. Thank you. Fiery Queen left the place shortly after. As much as she wanted to linger and talk more with Yuan, she didn't want to push her luck. If you don't mind me asking, why did you agree to working with her? White Lotus asked him afterward. It seemed like an easy way to earn money, so why not? If things don't work out, I can stop working with her whenever I want. Yuan said, Are you, by some chance, having money problems? She couldn't help but ask him. Yuan chuckled. It's embarrassing to admit it, but yes, I'm actually quite broke right now. I plan on selling some treasures that I found in Cultivation Online in the future, though. A flicker appeared in White Lotus' eyes after hearing his words, and she quickly said, If you don't mind, can you sell these treasures to my family? Are you sure? You don't even know what kind of treasures they are. We can figure these things out later. Sure. Once I return home, we can meet in Cultivation Online. I will show you the treasures then. Yuan nodded. Thank you, White Lotus said excitedly. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 981, published at 19th of May, 2022, 9:27 and 14 seconds a.m. Chapter 981. 981 if audio player doesn't work. Press stop, then play button again. Chapter 981. Staying overnight after their break ended, Uro asked, Brother, would you like to see my room? Sure. Sometime later, they entered Uro and Xia Jingyi's room. What do you think? She asked him. It's exactly as I expected it to be, neat and clean. Yuan smiled. Once they looked around the room, Uro suddenly asked, Will you be staying with us tonight? I don't want to bother White Lotus in this place any longer, so I will return to the hotel. Yuan shook his head. Actually, it's fine if you want to stay here overnight. We have plenty of guest rooms, and it would be more convenient if you intend to spend more time with each other tomorrow. White Lotus said, Are you sure? I don't want to intrude any more than necessary. It's fine, really. Then I'll accept your offer. Great. They'll have your rooms prepared right away. White Lotus left the room shortly after. By the way, I have something really important to tell you later. Yuan said to Uro a moment later. I don't like the sound of that. Is it bad news or good news? Uro frowned slightly. Well, it's not really bad news, but it's not good news either. It's about and how it affects our lives. I don't get it. He'll explain it once White Lotus returns. All right. White Lotus returned to the room about 5 minutes later. I have arranged your rooms for tonight, she said to them. Thank you. Anyways, now that you're here, let's continue our conversation. I wanted to tell you guys at the pavilion just now, but Fiery Queen interrupted, and I'd rather keep this between us. Yuan removed his mask and looked at White Lotus with a serious gaze. What I am about to tell you is highly confidential, so please keep it a secret even from your family. If it's leaked to the public, there will be an outcry, and who knows how the people will react to it. My lips are sealed, no matter what you say from this point forth. White Lotus nodded. Good, now listen carefully. After taking a deep breath, Yuan proceeded to tell them the truth about and the connections it has with their own world. Although Uro and Xia Jingyi already knew that treasures inside affected their real bodies, this was news to White Lotus, who was shocked speechless even before the grand reveal. The world of, also known as Nine Heavens, truly exists in this universe somewhere, and our world, Earth, used to be part of the Nine Heavens before it was split. Wait, White Lotus had to stop him, as she was unable to comprehend all of it at once. The Nine Heavens is a real world? How does that work? The consoles that we use to enter actually transfers a part of our soul to the Nine Heaven, and using another method, it creates our character with our soul. The reason we don't die when we die inside Cultivation Online is simply because we didn't experience true death. When we die, our character will transform back into its soul form. This is also why some people lose their ability to cultivate after dying. Their soul had probably sustained too much damage, crippling them for real. Visit Readle Me for extra chapters. Furthermore, This is why we are stuck with one character no matter whose console we use to play Cultivation Online. Uro and the other two stared at Yuan with their eyes as wide as saucers. No way. Why would they do such a thing? Uro muttered in a dazed voice. I don't know, but I plan on finding out the truth. Yuan said. However, now that you know your character is actually your soul, please do your best to avoid getting damaged, as it could damage your soul. Your soul is basically your spirit, your very existence. If it's damaged, you'll turn into what they call a vegetable. And if your soul is destroyed, you basically die without any chance of reincarnation. If this is true, shouldn't we warn the public so that they could stop acting so recklessly in Cultivation Online? White Lotus asked. Yes, but there's a good chance that a lot of people will stop playing Cultivation Online. I don't know what the Celestial Emperor has planned, but it clearly needs a lot of people. If a large number of people suddenly stop playing, who knows what the Celestial Emperor might do next? Yuan said, and he continued, a good portion of our soul is already trapped inside in the 9 heavens. We're all basically held hostage by the Celestial Emperor until we can go to the 9 heavens with our real body. But how are we going to travel to a place that we can't even locate? Uro asked. I already have a clue. I just need some time to figure it out. If you really want to warn people about the dangers of being hurt in Cultivation Online, then you must do so without revealing the truth to them. Yuan said to White Lotus a moment later. I understand. I will do my best. I don't want my family or the disciples of my faction to suffer because of this. Thank you for telling me the truth, Yuan. I will be seeing Cultivation Online in a new light now. Later that night, White Lotus approached Yuan and said to him, I have spoken to my father about buying your treasures in Cultivation Online, and he has agreed to it. If you're not busy, we can do it now. But if you insist on doing this later, I can wait. Let's do it now. Yuan nodded, and he continued, I will meet you at the same place as last time in a few hours. Great. We have plenty of unused consoles. You can use one of those. Then I will see you later. Once he had a console, Yuan laid on his bed and entered Cultivation Online. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 982, published at 19th of May, 2022, 9:27 and 13 seconds a.m. Chapter 982. 982 if audio player doesn't work. Press stop, then play button, and again, Chapter 982. A pile of treasures. Welcome back, Brother Yuan. Xiaohua greeted him when he entered. Are we ascending the stairway to heaven soon? Feng Yuxiang asked. No, not yet. I'm only back temporarily to sell some treasures. Yuan shook his head. With that being said, it should be long before I challenge the stairway to heaven. I still have some business that requires my attention. Sometime later, Yuan arrived at the restaurant with the musicians, where he'd first meet with White Lotus. Yuan. White Lotus waved at him from her table. Of course, she was surrounded by young men that were trying to hit on her again. When these young men saw Yuan, they sneered in disdain. However, when Yuan released some of his aura, these young men started running for their lives. This isn't an appropriate place to show my treasures, but I still want to enjoy this place for a bit before we start our business. Yuan said to her, No problem. I was also thinking that we could enjoy the music for a while before our business. After ordering some food and tea, the two of them quietly enjoyed the performance at the center of the restaurant. About an hour later, White Lotus asked him, Where should we go to do our business? We could just rent a hotel somewhere and do it there, he calmly said. That sounds good. Once they finished their meal and were satisfied with the entertainment, the two of them rented a room at a nearby hotel. All right, here are all of the treasures that I am trying to sell. Yuan proceeded to dump all of the treasures he had acquired from the Gu family and the Blood Sect. White Lotus stared at the large pile of treasures on the bed with wide eyes. There were so many treasures that the table wouldn't fit them, hence the bed. Teach, this is a lot more than what I had in mind, she muttered in a dazed voice. The amount of treasures before her eyes at this moment is more than what her family and faction has collected since the beginning of the game, combined. How on earth did he acquire so much treasure? It's almost as though Head robbed an entire sect. White Lotus was in disbelief. Take your time, Yuan said to her as he took a seat at the table and started studying array symbols. What are you doing? She couldn't help but ask. I'm studying array symbols. They're more important and widely used than I realized. After a moment of silence, she spoke again. Yuan, this amount of treasure is too much to look through by myself. If you don't mind, can I have some assistance? My most trusted bodyguard, Jasmine, and my father happen to be in this city as well. Of course, it wasn't a coincidence. She had them prepared just in case anything were to happen. Sure, I don't mind, Yuan casually said. Thank you. I will contact them right away. White Lotus logged off for a couple of minutes before returning. Sometime later, Jasmine and Bai Mengyao showed up at the hotel. It's a pleasure to see you again, Yuan. Bai Mengyao greeted him with a bright smile. Hello, Mr. Bai. Sorry to bother you this late. It's not a bother at all. He laughed. Then the treasures are on the bed. Take your time. This is... Jasmine and Bai Mengyao were stunned by the amount of treasures there, even though White Lotus had already warned them about it through the phone. I thought she was exaggerating when she called a pile of treasures. Bai Mengyao cried inwardly. Let's get to work, shall we? White Lotus said to them. Thus, the three of them started looking through the treasures one by one, while Yuan focused on his array symbols. Although Yuan didn't pay any attention to White Lotus and her group because he trusted them, the beings within his body kept a close eye on their every movement just in case they had any funny ideas. About an hour later, Bai Mengyao wiped the sweat from his forehead and sighed in a nervous voice. Most of these treasures are Earth grade and Heaven grade. If I have to be honest, this will bankrupt us if we try to buy all of them. I know, White Lotus sighed. The two of them had planned on buying all of Yuan's treasure before, but after seeing just how many treasures were available, they immediately gave up such a thought. Visit Readle. Me for extra chapters. Although I already know what I want, I'm going to look through them again, just in case. White Lotus said a moment later. Me too. Thus, they started examining the treasures again. An hour later, White Lotus returned to Yuan and said to him, We're ready. Yuan nodded and stopped studying array symbols. Would like to purchase these treasures. Bai Mengyao placed all of the treasures they wanted to buy on the table before him. There were a total of 52 treasures, and most of them were Earth grade with a couple of Heaven grade treasures. Sure, Yuan nodded without even checking the treasures. For the pricing, in order to make this as far as possible, we will use the CO player auctions for reference. If you have any objections, please let us know. I don't mind, Yuan said. Great. Most Earth grade treasures sell for $10 million to $100 million nowadays, and Heaven grade treasures cost anywhere between $200 million and $400 million, depending on its grade and usefulness. We have 42 Earth grade and 10 Heaven grade treasures. We will let you decide the price for each of them. Yuan glanced at the treasures and said, How about $2 billion for all of them? They looked at him with wide eyes. Is that too expensive? I don't mind lowering in. No, that's not it. It's actually cheaper than we thought. Bai Mengyao quickly interrupted. It's a discount. Consider it as my gratitude for the past few days. If you want, you could go pick out some more treasures. Yuan said to them, Are you sure? We don't want to take advantage of you. White Lotus was hesitant. It's fine. Yuan nodded with a smile. After all, these treasures were all useless to him, and he wanted them to feel indebted to him just in case he needed their help in the future. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 983, published at 19th of May, 2022, 9:27 and 12 seconds a.m. Chapter 983. 983 if audio player doesn't work, Press stop, then play button again. Chapter 983. Sparring with White Lotus. Once they received Yuan's approval to buy more treasure from him at a discount, the Bai family returned to the bed and started picking out even more treasures to purchase. In the end, they decided to just buy all of his treasures. "How much do you want for all of these treasures?" Bai Mingyao asked him. Yuan looked at the treasures and pondered. There were 201 treasures in total. How does 10 billion sound? You can easily get 10 billion back, and then some more if you decide to sell them afterward. Bai Mingyao pondered for a moment before nodding. "Deal. He'll buy all of your treasures for 10 billion. Great. It's a pleasure doing business with you." Yuan shook his hand. "You can give my daughter your bank information later. We'll send you the money as soon as possible. It'll take 3 days minimum, but we should have it sent over by tomorrow." Bai Mingyao said. "Take your time." Yuan nodded. "As for the treasures, you can take them now." "Are you sure? We can wait until the payment is through." White Lotus said. "It's fine. I want to get rid of them as soon as possible anyway. They're taking up too much space." Bai Mingyao swallowed nervously after seeing how casual Yuan was being with these treasures, almost as though he was just getting rid of trash in a garage sale. Although Earth-grade and Heaven-grade treasures are incredibly valuable to other players, they could be considered trash in Yuan's eyes. In fact, he still has several Divine-grade treasures that he plans on selling in the auction house, where he will definitely fetch more money than selling it to the Bai family. Once again, thank you for selling these treasures to us. I will make sure they're all put to good use." White Lotus bowed to him in a respectful manner. Yuan logged off the game and called Wang Ming shortly after. "Hey, get on and meet me at the city square. I have some things for you." Yuan said to him. "Sure thing." Sometime later, Yuan met up with Wang Ming at the city square. "Hey, how did your sister's birthday go? And when do you plan on coming back? The mansion feels empty without your presence." Wang Ming asked him. "The birthday went pretty well, but it wasn't entirely smooth sailing. Don't worry, it's already been taken care of. As for when we'll return, I'm not sure, but it shouldn't take more than a week." "I understand. I won't ask for any details now, but make sure to tell us about it when you get back. Anyways, what do you have for me?" Yuan handed him a spatial ring and said, "I want you to sell these treasures in CO player auctions." "You mean that online auction house that all of the big families use? I heard their popularity skyrocketed after you sold an item there." Wang Ming recalled. "Yes, and make sure to tell them that these treasures are for me. They'll treat you better that way. I'm a little scared to look at the inside." "Oh, do you want me to sell them one by one or all at once?" Wang Ming then asked. "You'll get more if you sell them one by one. They're all Divine-grade treasures, after all." "The Divine!" Wang Ming exclaimed in a shocked voice before covering his own mouth. The last time a Divine-grade item was sold on that platform was when you sold that zither, and that was only a low-quality treasure. All of these are high-quality treasures, so they should be able to fetch 1 billion with ease. Yuan smiled. "I see. When do you want me to sell them?" Wang Ming proceeded to ask. "Whenever you want. I just earned 10 billion selling the other treasures, so I'm not in a rush to earn more money right now." 10 billion? What the hell did you sell to earn that much money? Forget it. I don't even want to know. Wang Ming shook his head. "Anything else you want me to do?" He then asked. "Give the others 1 ring." Yuan proceeded to hand him 6 spatial rings. "Are these?" "Yes, they're resources that will support you while I am gone." Once again, I'm a little scared to see the inside. Wang Ming sighed. Wait, why are there 9 rings? Since Li Jinxi will be following you, we only have 6 people. One of them is for my friend who will be joining us soon. The other 2 rings are for my sister and her friend. Give it to them when you have the chance." "I understand." Yuan logged off cultivation online shortly after and went to rest. The following day, Yuan proceeded to spend the entire day watching Uro live her life as a disciple of the faction. During his second day at the faction, Uro decided to challenge Yuan. "Visit Readel. Me for extra chapters. Please spar with me," Uro said to him with a serious look on her face. "Sure." Yuan nodded without hesitation. "And don't you dare go easy on me." "I want." Yuan smiled behind his mask. With nothing but a wooden sword in his grasp, Yuan proceeded to smack Uro around until she could no longer stand back up. The fight was so one-sided that it looked almost comical. I know I said to not go easy on me, but did you have to be so brutal? I can't feel anything but pain right now. Uro complained after the spar ended a few minutes later. This is how I normally train with the people in my faction. And I didn't hit you that hard. You're exaggerating. Exaggerating? Look at my hand. It's already bruised. Yuan laughed. I'll heal in a few hours. Now that I think about it, this is the first time that you've hit me. Uro said a moment later. This doesn't count. It's a spar. Whatever. I'm too exhausted to deal with you now. Suddenly, one of the disciples there approached Yuan and bowed to him. Excuse me, Senior Yuan, can I also request a spar with you? Yuan looked at this cute and delicate girl and nodded sure. Sometime later, shortly after his second spar ended, a third followed, and this would continue until Yuan had sparred with everyone there. Thank you for the spar, Senior Yuan, the last disciple to spar with him said as she laid on the floor. Thank you for sparring with me. Yuan nodded. After seeing you spar with so many people, I'm starting to feel like sparring with you too, even though I know that I will lose. White Lotus said with a bittersweet smile on her face. If you want to spar as well, I want mine. Yuan offered his wooden sword to her. White Lotus looked at the sword with a nervous look on her face. If I lose to him before so many disciples, I will definitely lose some face, but if I don't fight him, others will think that I am a coward. Either way, it's my loss. White Lotus sighed inwardly. In the end, White Lotus accepted the sword and agreed to spar with Yuan. Even if I lose to him and lose some face, it's a lot better than being labeled a coward. She thought to herself, if you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 984, published at 19th of May, 2022, 5:39 and 12 seconds p.m. Chapter 984. 984 if audio player doesn't work. Press stop, then play button again. Chapter 984. Leaving Eternal Lotuses. Good luck, Senior Bai. Good luck, Senior Yuan. The disciples cheered for them as they entered the sparring area. Ready whenever you are, Yuan said to White Lotus, who stood a couple meters away with a serious expression on her face. Here I come. White Lotus announced right before she approached him with a wooden sword. Yuan calmly and casually dodged the attack, but White Lotus immediately followed up with a second strike. Thud! Yuan effortlessly blocked it with his wooden sword. Not bad. He swung the sword, forcing White Lotus to retrieve several steps. What tyrannical strength! It only looked like he had causally moved his sword, yet it felt as though I'd been struck by a large hammer. White Lotus was shocked after experiencing Yuan's strength for the first time. Although she was aware of his prowess, it was a whole different story to experience it firsthand. Are you okay? Yuan asked her when she stopped moving. Sorry, I lost focus for a second. It won't happen again. White Lotus tightened her grip on the sword and proceeded to attack Yuan again. The disciples that had been cheering at the beginning quickly stopped when they realized how one-sided the fight between Yuan and White Lotus was. I thought Senior Bai would be able to pressure him, even if it's just a little, but looking at them now, their fight doesn't seem anything different from the previous spars. He's treating her like a child, just like he did to the rest of us. The disciples were shocked when they realized this. Senior Yuan is much more profound and powerful than I anticipated. I wonder what cultivation level he has achieved. Seeing how he's handling Senior Bai with so little effort, he's definitely already a spirit master. More like a spirit grandmaster. Uro and Xia Jingyi thought to themselves after hearing their topic. 15 minutes later, White Lotus collapsed on the ground and said in an exhausted manner, I surrender. Thank you for the spar. Yuan said to her before reaching his hand out to her. White Lotus grabbed it with a defeated smile on her face. The disciples started cheering once again even though their faction leader had lost, as it was an entertaining spar, and they learned a lot as spectators. How much will it cost to hire you to train us? White Lotus asked him in a somewhat joking tone after getting back to her feet. If you come to the Dragon Spiral Mountain, I can train you guys for free. Seriously? White Lotus did not expect such an answer and was taken aback by it. Yes, we have plenty of room there, and it seems fun, like a collaboration of sorts between the factions. He nodded. Then I will seriously consider your offer. Sometime later, Fiery Queen showed up. What are you guys doing? It looks fun. You're still here? Why don't you leave already? You have already achieved what you came here for, anyway. White Lotus said to her. I will leave when Yuan leaves. Fiery Queen said in a shameless manner. Don't worry, I won't stay here for long. Yuan said. By the way, I have spoken to my family about our business. They have agreed to it, so you can sell us information whenever you want. They'll contact you in a week or so. They'll be waiting. At the end of the day, Yuan said to Ro, I have decided to leave after tomorrow. You're leaving already? He nodded. If I make the Yu family wait too long, who knows what they'll do. Actually, they have been trying to contact me since your concert. I ignored all of them, though. They can't do anything to me as long as I'm a member of this faction. Anyway, this is even more true now that White Lotus is aware of your real identity. Ro chuckled. Yuan notified White Lotus about his leave the following morning. I see. So you're leaving already. It hasn't been that long since we met, but it feels like I have known you for years now. White Lotus said to him, Visit Riedel, me for extra chapters. Feel free to visit me whenever you want. Yuan smiled. And you're free to visit us whenever you want. Our faction will always have its doors open for you. That's good to hear. After spending the entire day with Ro, Yuan also spent the last night sleeping with her. Don't do anything crazy when you get back, brother. Ro said to them as they prepare to go to sleep. I will try not to, but it's going to be hard. As long as you don't do anything that will make you a criminal, I'll be fine with it. Yuan silently nodded with a smile. The two of them fell asleep shortly after. The following morning, a good portion of the people at Eternal Lotuses gathered at the entrance to see Yuan and his group off. Ro, Xia Jingyi, and White Lotus followed them all the way to the airport. When do you think I will see you guys again? Ro asked them. I will try to visit you once a month. Yuan said. That would be great, but since I know that you're a busy man, let's not make any schedules and just see each other whenever we can. I will also try to visit you once in a while. Ro said. Sure. Also, your birthday is coming up in 3 months, right? I will be the one to visit you then, so make sure you're free on that day. It's a promise. Yuan nodded. He then turned to look at White Lotus and said to her, See you later. Despite the slight inconvenience we had, I had fun the last few days. Me too. We should play together in Cultivation Online sometimes. Of course. After saying their final goodbyes, the two groups hugged each other. Yuan's group boarded the plane shortly after, while Ro and White Lotus returned to the faction. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 985, published at 20th of May, 2022, 7:18 and 20 seconds a.m. Chapter 985. 985 if audio player doesn't work. Press stop, then play button, and again, Chapter 985. Returning to the Yu family after boarding the plane, Chu Liuxiang asked Yuan, So, what do you think of this trip? Exhausting, he sighed. Ro, she knows about our relationship. Chu Luxiang's eyes widened with surprise. Really? Yes. She asked me about it during the night of her birthday, and I had no choice but to tell her the truth. I see. How did she take it? I honestly don't know. She seems okay with it, but she doesn't seem happy about it either. Yuan shook his head. That's tough. However, I kind of understand her feelings. I think. Chu Liuxiang sighed, and she turned to look at Meishio and asked, What do you think? I also don't know. All I can say is that it's really complicated. Meisho also shook her head. Chu Liuxiang raised her eyebrows, since Meixia's words contradicted herself. If she doesn't know anything, why would she say it's complicated like she knew about it? However, Chu Liuxiang decided to not ask her about it. Anyways, I'm surprised the Bai family allowed you to leave so easily. In fact, I was so sure that they'd try to recruit you. Yuan smiled and said, well, I'm really glad that they didn't. It wouldn't be easy to refuse them after all they've done for me and Yuro. The three of them proceeded to talk about their short and chaotic vacation for most of their flight. Meanwhile, White Lotus notified her father about Yuan's departure. I see. So he's gone. What about your relationship with him? Ban Mingyao asked. Honestly, while I will admit that I was too nervous to approach him, I also think it's a little too early for me to propose to him. Although I wasn't able to join his family, I think I've made great progress in our relationship. Once I am ready, I will ask him. White Lotus said. Nervous? You? Ha ha ha. Bai Mingyao laughed out loud. I never thought I'd ever hear such words coming from you. Shut up. I'm going to hang up now. I have some things that I want to discuss with you, Ro. All right. Let me know if you need anything. I will. A few hours later, Yuan's plane landed. Can you call your mother and let her know that we will be arriving at the Yu family soon? Yuan asked Mei Xiao. She nodded and proceeded to call Mei Feng on her phone. Hello? Yes, we had just landed. We should arrive at the Yu family soon. No, we can get there by ourselves. I understand. I will let him know. After hanging up, Mei Xiao looked at Yuan and spoke. Apparently your parents are furious that you kept them waiting for so long. Yuan smiled and said, I know they're legally my parents, but let's not call them that for my sanity's sake. By the way, Lulu, since the Yu family is only expecting Mei Xiao and I don't want to make things more complicated than it already is, can you wait for us to be done? They're pretty awful people, so I doubt you would want to meet with them either. Chu Liuxiang chuckled. Too bad I've already met with your parents. However, I was still from the Chu family at that time, so they had to be respectful to me. Don't worry, I won't interrupt your family reunion. Go on and have fun without me. Thank you. They took a taxi to the Yu family shortly after. It's been a while since I've been to this city, so I'm going to stroll around for a bit. Call me when you're done. Chu Liuxiang said to them before going elsewhere. Once Chu Liuxiang was gone, Yuan and Mei Xiao approached the Yu family's manor. How long has it been since I last seen this place? Feels like forever. Yuan looked at the scenery with a nostalgic expression on his face. Even though his childhood was horrible, he still had some fond memories of this place. Visit Riedel. Me for extra chapters. When they arrived at the front gate, Yuan could see a familiar figure standing inside. It's been a while, Miss Mei Feng. Yuan greeted her with a smile. Mother. Mei Xiao nodded at her. Young master. Your eyes. So it's true that you've fully recovered. Mei Feng covered her mouth after seeing that Yuan's eyes had regained its beautiful color. Even though she had seen the concert, she still doubted it. Where's the couple? Yuan then asked her. They're currently inside, and it's not just them. Their lawyers and even some of the investors are inside, waiting for your arrival. Mei Feng said with a worried frown on her face. Wow, what a grand audience that they have prepared for us. I kind of feel bad for making them wait so long now. Yuan chuckled. Young master, I have to be honest with you. You should have just remained in hiding. Why did you show yourself so soon? Mei Feng asked him. I just figured that it's about time I stop hiding and confront my problems. Yuan casually shrugged. Don't worry, I am no longer the pushover they once knew. Listen, Miss Mei Feng, I will handle the Yu family. Yuan said to her with a confident smile on his face. Mei Feng took a deep breath and released him a moment later. All right. She opened the gates from them and led them inside the Yu family's territory. Once inside, Mei Feng drove the two of them to the manor that was located about half a mile away. A few minutes later, when they exited the car, Yuan and Mei Xiao could suddenly feel many gazes staring at them. Yuan could see many people watching them from inside the manor. Most of them were servants working there, but a few of them were wearing suits. After entering the manor, Mei Feng led them to the audience room that is usually used for important business meetings. Upon opening the door, Yuan could see Yu Yong and Tang Lee sitting at the end of a large table, and sitting beside them were a bunch of important-looking people that Yuan vaguely recognized. Yuan stepped inside the room without any hesitation and with a smile on his handsome face. "I'm home," he spoke in a calm voice. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 986, published at 20th of May, 2022, 5:09 and 17 seconds p.m. Chapter 986. 986 if audio player doesn't work. Press stop, then play button again. Chapter 986, confronting the Yu family. "Stay here with me," Meifeng said to Meishio in a low voice when she tried to follow Yuan into the room. She nodded and stood at the door with Meifeng. Bang! Yu Tian. Yu Yong slammed the desk with his fist and roared. "How dare you make us wait this long for you? You should have came back the moment we called you." Yuan casually took a seat at the opposite end of the table where he could see everyone and said, "I thought you wanted me out of the family, so why do you suddenly want me back so badly? You were the one who abandoned me. So what if we kicked you out of the house? You're already an adult." Tang Li sneered. "An adult and a paralyzed cripple who couldn't move without the help of others, yet you still abandoned me. Enough. We didn't call you here just so you can bicker with your parents. Yu Tian, you have an obligation to continue working for the Yu family's company." One of the people there suddenly said. Yuan turned to look at him and asked with raised eyebrows, "Who are you?" "I'm David Swanson, an investor and a manager of your father's company, and we're all here to make sure that you'll continue your obligation to your family." "Father? He may have adopted me, but he's not my father. He's a disgrace to the real fathers out there that care for their own family." "How dare you?" Yu Yong fumed after hearing Yuan's insults. In fact, this is his first time being ridiculed by Yuan. "I don't care about your opinions. He is still legally your father, and your contract is still in effect." "Contract? What contract? I don't remember signing anything," Yuan said in a surprised voice. "This is the contract." The man immediately retrieved a piece of paper and showed it to Yuan, almost as though he had it prepared beforehand. Yuan took a moment to read the contract that basically said that he was required to perform at least 2 concerts every week until he is 60 years old, and that all of the money he earns will be given to the Yu family. It was basically a slave contract that would work Yuan to the bones without giving him any in return. Yuan laughed out loud after seeing his signature on the paper. "Seriously? You went out of your way to forge this nonsense?" "Sorry, but I don't feel like working for the Yu family, no matter what the contract says." Yuan casually ripped the contract to shreds and tossed it into the air. The entire room turned silent after his little bold action. "Did you think that you would be able to escape from us by ripping that piece of paper?" Tang Li suddenly sneered in contempt. "That was only a copy. However, even if you manage to destroy the original, we have plenty of ways to make you submit." "Oh, what do you have in mind? Please share with us." Yuan smiled. "For starters, we can make your life miserable. No matter what job you decide to take, we have the power to fire you on the same day that you joined. Without having any sources of income, you'll have to start begging in the streets sooner or later. If I can't find an ordinary job, I can simply sell my music talents to other companies. I'm sure that they will accept me even if you threaten them. After all, I am worth a lot of money." Yuan shrugged. "Or I could just play cultivation online and earn money that way. The game is pretty popular, so I should be able to earn some decent money from it. That kind of threat is hardly a threat at all." He even chuckled. Tang Li narrowed her eyes at him and continued. "We can easily throw you into jail and let you live the rest of your pathetic life there. Visit Riedel. Me for extra chapters. Prison, huh? That doesn't sound too bad, considering that I already have plenty of experience being a slave for the Yu family." Tang Li gritted her teeth in frustration, feeling as though she was not dealing with the Yu Tian that she was so familiar with. What the hell happened to this bastard? It hasn't been that long since he started living without the support of our Yu family. How can someone change so drastically in such a short time? He's no longer the coward and pushover that we once knew. Everyone in the room realized that they were no longer dealing with the same person that they used to take advantage of. However, this didn't shake their resolve, and they continued to threaten Yuan. When nothing was working, Yu Yong suddenly stood up and shouted, "That's it. I have had enough of this shit. You Tian, you will come back and start working for us again. If you don't, we will not punish you. Instead, we will make you bear the responsibilities." Yuan frowned after hearing this, which caused the people in the room to smile as they realized that they'd just found his weakness. "You're going to punish your own blood because I refuse to work for you? What kind of parent are you?" Yuan spoke in a cold voice. "You can only blame yourself for pushing us this far. If you work for us, nobody will get hurt." Tang Li said with a grin on her face. "Yu Rou is currently a member of the faction Eternal Lotuses, right? If we pressure their leader, Ba Lianhua, who is still young and inexperienced, she will definitely be kicked out of the faction. Once that happens, we can do whatever we want to her, and there's nothing you can do about it." The people there increased the pressure on Yuan. "Yuan." Meishio stared at his face with a worried look on her face. However, she was not worried about Yuan. It was the others that she was worried about. Yuan suddenly closed his eyes and took a deep breath. "In the end, this is how things will go, huh?" He sighed inwardly. When he opened his eyes again, they were completely golden, and the atmosphere in the room immediately changed. And check out my other novel magic system in a parallel world while you wait for the next chapter. I will also be doing a rare gifting event where I will mass release depending on the amount of gifts for either novels. I don't usually do mass releases. Surprise me, and I will surprise you if you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. Chapter 987, published at 23rd of May, 2022, for 37 and 52 seconds p.m. Chapter 987. Chapter 987. A proposal: if audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button, and again. Chapter 987. A proposal: when Yuan activated Dragon's Gaze, the atmosphere in the room changed, and almost as though the temperature dropped to below freezing. The people in the room began trembling non-stop. "Yo, WH, what do you think you are doing?" Yu Yong spoke in a trembling voice. Even though Yuan used Dragon's Gaze, he didn't want these people to stop functioning, so he used the lowest output possible. But even then, most of these people could barely think under the pressure of the gaze. I will say this again. The two of you are a disgrace as parents. When you look at people, you don't see a human. You only see a tool that you can abuse for profit. People like you are better off dead. Yuan spoke in a calm voice. However, even if you're the scummiest people on earth, you're still Yu Rao's parents by blood. I would love to kill you, but I do not have the resolve to kill her parents. With that being said, that does not mean I'm going to let you go without any punishment. Ha ha. Did you just say that you want to kill us? You must be out of your damn mind. It appears that you have recovered your ability to move, but lost your ability to think in the process. You will not get away with threatening us. We'll have you prosecuted. Tang Li pointed her fingers at him and roared. But despite her brave words, her eyes were filled with fear, and her arm couldn't stop shaking. You're going to prosecute me for threatening you when you've done the same thing just moments ago? Are you listening to yourself, you damn crazy bitch? What did you just call me? Tang Li's body shook violently after being cursed out by Yuan. Meishio and Meifeng stared at Yuan's nonchalant face with wide eyes and slightly open mouths, seemingly in disbelief. Are you deaf as well? I called you a crazy bitch, since that's what you are. Yuan casually repeated. Guards, I want you to break his fingers. Tang Li shouted in a fury. Two of the guards, standing by the wall, suddenly rushed at Yuan. Why? Meifeng wanted to intervene, but Meishio suddenly grabbed her hand. It's okay, she said in a calm voice. Once the guards were close enough, they grabbed Yuan's arms and tried to restrict him. However, they immediately realized that they were unable to move him. "Get your hands off me." Yuan casually flicked his arms, sending the two guards flying. The guards struck the wall with their bodies, creating a large crater in the wall before falling to the floor unconscious. "That was self-defense," Yuan calmly said afterward without moving from his seat. "Why you?" The entire room fell silent after they witnessed what Yuan had just done. They were both spirit warriors. How'd he beat them so easily? What is his cultivation? Yu Yong cried inwardly. Jigur, don't even bother trying to send more guards. You're just going to waste money on their treatment fees later. My money. Yuan interrupted Tang Li. What are you talking about? Tang Li frowned. Let's get to the real reason why I came back today, he said with a smile. I'm here to get back everything that was taken from me, and that includes all of the money that I have earned throughout the years. Ha ha ha. You're truly out of your damn mind. As if would agree to your nonsense. Tang Li laughed out loud. I'm not asking. I'm demanding for my money back. Yuan increased the intensity of his dragon's gaze. Tang Li fell back to her chair the next moment from the intense pressure. Why you're asking for the impossible, Yu Tian? Don't forget about your contract. The Yu family doesn't owe you anything. In fact, you owe them money for being unable to work, which was part of you. Yuan looked at the person who just spoke and narrowed his eyes. Can you shut up about the contract already? As if I give a damn about a piece of paper that you all forged. You can try to sue me if you want, but you might not be alive to do that. Visit Readle. Me for extra chapters. I might not be able to kill you Rouse parents, but you idiots are different. I can kill you right here, and nobody will utter a single word about it. Ha ha. You have played too many video games. Do you really think you could get away with murder? This is not cultivation online. The man laughed out loud. Ah ha ha. The man suddenly stopped laughing and began screaming when he felt a sharp pain in one of his legs. When he looked down, he could see the cause of the pain, a dagger stabbing into his thighs. What just happened? Where did this weapon come from? The man was both terrified and confused. Mr. Jiang, this is my first and last warning to you. If you don't want that dagger in your head, then you should keep your mouth shut. In fact, why don't you just abandon the Yu family? Yuan suddenly thought of something and smiled. This may be sudden, but I have a proposal for everyone here. Stop supporting the Yu family or die. Yuan swept the room with his gaze. What? They all exclaimed. After all, the real backbone of the Yu family are the investors. Without you guys, they're basically powerless. Everyone present in the room were the Yu family's biggest investors and donors. Without them, the Yu family will immediately lose over 90% of their power. Furthermore, since he couldn't kill Yu Rao's parents, he had to punish them using other methods. And this is just one of many that he has in mind. You're fucking insane. As if would listen to you. You're just a damn child with a few loose screws. I see. If threatening to kill you is not enough to convince you, then allow me to give you another reason to abandon the Yu family. A mysterious smile appeared on Yuan's face, and he continued, Player Yuan, I'm sure you've all heard of him. What if I tell you that I personally know him and that I can set up a meeting with him for all of you? Will you stop supporting the Yu family then? I'm sure you'll be able to profit more from Player Yuan than from the Yu family. If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Tip: you can use left, right, A, and D keyboard keys to browse between chapters. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.